In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. Do you have your headphones in? Do you have your snowblower in tow? Oh, that sucked yesterday. Ew. That was bad, dude. That was gross. That was disgusting. It snowed all day and all night in the lovely state of Minnesota. It was bad news. I just happened to be out doing my driveway at the same time everyone else was. When you live in a community and you know your neighbors and you have a real life, some of you really need this setup. You go out, and if you're all doing your driveways at the same time, everybody just kind of helps out. A little bit of the sidewalk, take a little swipe of theirs, a little swipe. It's nice. And, you know, I always make sure if I'm the first one in my neighborhood to be doing the snow removal, I always do the whole sidewalk. You know, because there's your part of the sidewalk and your neighbor's part of the sidewalk. Do the whole sidewalk. It builds up a lot of goodwill. That shit comes back to you, Holmes. Always do the whole sidewalk. So I did that. My neighbor helped me out a ton yesterday. It was really nice. It really cut down on the amount of, because it's that heavy snow, man. It's that, they call it heart attack snow. It's that snow that, you know, you shovelfuls in, your lower back is screaming at you. It's bad news. So we just, double teamed it, which is always better. Double teamed it, got it taken care of. Back in the house, watching the rest of the Diddy documentary. Easy peasy Japanesey. That Diddy documentary, man, you got to be watching it. I finished the last episode yesterday. Oh, boy. Just when you think the knife can't go in any deeper, the knife just, if 50 Cent was in any way a part of the editorial process of this, like what to clip out and what to keep, it had to be hell on earth for the person editing this. They should get an Emmy or a Golden Globe or whatever you get for a Netflix thing. Because if 50 was over their shoulder, yo, dog, keep that in. They're like, this one episode is 4 hours long. No, they talking mad shit about Diddy right here. You got to keep that in. This thing won't make air if I keep all of this shit. This one's about him getting diarrhea at a pool party and shitting himself. Yo, dog, that's hilarious. That's really important to what we're doing here. People need the full Diddy. When Diddy went doo-doo in his pants, we need that story. I just imagine Diddy being at the interviews, like with the people talking shit, or 50 Cent being at the interviews with people talking shit about Diddy and just going, and what else? And they're like, no, that's all I know about Diddy. Come on, there's got to be more. She's like, no, there's no more. Come on, man. There's got to be more than that. No, I swear to God, that's all. I've already said that there was one guy who was just like, their like sex pet. And he was talking about how they would just give him drugs and baby oil laced in drugs. And he would just fuck for days and days on end. Like you just wound up one of those monkeys with cymbals. And you just sat there for days. It's wild, man. Diddy had a midlife crisis, got heavy into all kinds of drugs, designer drugs, pink cocaine, purple cocaine, blue cocaine, orange cocaine, And he just had this midlife crisis, and you could just see the change in him. And then there was some times where, like, from his own recordings that they got for this documentary, you'd see his face when he was talking, and it was eerie to me because I'm like, oh boy, I know that face. Like, there's no reasoning with that guy. There's no telling that guy what's up. He's gone. Forget it. He belongs to the angels now. And the whole every documentary has like a silver lining, like a path for redemption, like maybe this can happen. Like even Making a Murderer, where Stephen Avery clearly killed that chick. They're trying to be very hopeful and upbeat. Not this one. This one was knife goes into Diddy's side, knife gets twisted, knife creates bigger wound, knife gets shoved in deeper. So watch it. It's very good. It's fantastic. You'll love it. Just, like, honestly, with any documentary you watch, just understand who's making it, understand what their bias might be, and enjoy documentaries for what they are. Great entertainment. Oz came back yesterday. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a ton. The audience came up big for that. We appreciate it. I did at the end of it. One thing I love about Oz shows is that they're different. And I've really been missing kind of that different vibe, like not having every day be the same thing. So much so, I put a lot of the stuff we usually talk about into the second, third hour of prep stuff so that it didn't kind of take on the same flavor. I liked having Oz in here knowing that he doesn't give a shit about this thing. He doesn't give a shit about that thing. He wants to fuck around for a few hours. So after it was all done, Oz and I went upstairs. We started talking. And I said, I got a couple things open for you. We've been growing an audience lately, which thank you guys for that. We've been growing in memberships lately, which keep that moving, knocking out, 99% of our goals and all that. I can't say that word anymore, not till the last 5 minutes. We've been doing better on Rumble Creator Program. We've been doing better on Rumble ad revenue. YouTube ad revenue has been staying very, consistent. We do need to kind of attack YouTube today. We need to thumbs up. We need to gift memberships. We need to do all that. We've been gone for a week. A lot of shit expired. A lot of shit went away. Not for monetary reasons, but purely for competitive reasons for me. Let's attack that today. Although, here's my thing. Like, we're back on YouTube now. Guys, hit like as much as you can. Well, I mean, one time. As many of you hit like once. YouTube's going to keep choking us off. Like, we're coming back from another suspension, and this one's for hate speech. Like, the numbers on YouTube are going to get worse. If those numbers on YouTube go up in any way, shape, or form, I must be the most talented fucking guy who ever lived. Because there's no reason they should. There's no way they should. People have gotten used to Rumble. They love Rumble. When we're on Rumble only, our numbers are higher because Rumble puts you in the algorithm and more people tune in. We've hit 800 both days this week. That hasn't happened in forever. And the reason that is because we're basically building up credit with Rumble, and they're pushing us it's an organic algorithm. It's not a calculated algorithm like YouTube. They're saying Jew a lot. They're saying Fuentes a lot. They're saying this a lot. They're being spicy. Knock them out. Don't send them anywhere. Rumble, they don't really care what you say or what you're playing. They're just like, oh, more people are watching them there. Because, like, we're in the top 5 in podcasts every morning when we're on. Top 5 in podcasts. And they just go, we'll push that one forward. And we're going up by, it seems like every day our subscriber number ticks up by 100. And it's awesome. I love it. But YouTube, it's just, you guys hit like, you guys support on YouTube. Literally, we're just staying there for the ad revenue. It's like parents staying together for the kids. It's just, we're staying there for the ad revenue. I don't like YouTube. YouTube doesn't like me. But hit like, hit share. Let's try to beat the algorithm, which is almost impossible to do. You'd have to be the most talented motherfucker who ever lived. But let's see if I'm the most talented motherfucker who ever lived. Who knows? God bless Rumble. God bless the PayPals, the Venmo, the Streamlabs, the Rumble Rants, the memberships. I do want to get back to 600 members on Rumble. We've been there once. I want to get there again. We're 69 away today. All right. Make it 2 more so it can be 6, 7. That's my shit right there. So I went up and talked to Oz yesterday after the show. And I said, look, we're doing better than we've been doing since probably 2022, 2023. Like we've got a little something extra. to bring somebody aboard. We can hire again. And it's just because of the growing audience and Rumble Creator and all that stuff. It's been really great. And I said, I got two options for you. You can do the evening shows with me. Now, Oz is adamant about doing the shows in person, and I like that. But I said, driving here 3 nights a week to do the evening shows. I told him straight up, I go, the evening shows are hurting, man. They are not doing, I mean, the shows are quality. The shows are good. People just don't want to watch them anymore. So I said, I got to try to give them something different. I said, having you on the evening shows might be really fun. I said, but that's 3 days a week. I said, the other thing I have for you is Thursday mornings. Thursday mornings, I'm by myself. It's kind of weird. 3 days a week. We got a co-host. Thursday, we have nothing. Rumble Friday being one person is fine because I'm DJing for you guys and taking requests and all that shit. But Thursday, I don't have anybody. And I came up with a number for him. I threw him the number. He liked the number. And this son of a bitch, you want to know what Oz did? And I loved this. I laughed when he sent me the message later because we agreed to what we were going to do. And then he sent me a message later. He goes, we went over today. He goes, if we go over in the future, you think I could get a little piece of that on Thursdays? I said, my man. I go, all right. So I said, you'll get what we've agreed upon plus 50% of the over on Thursdays. And then I said, if we're under, I'm going to take 50% back. No, I didn't say that. So Oz is back on Thursdays. Celebrate, hip, hip, hooray. And like our audience can't just be happy. They have to have a conspiracy theory. And they're like, Johnny felt so threatened by Oz. You could tell. Now, this is retards. This wasn't everybody. But there were like, I saw 4 people sending me messages going, oh, man, was Johnny okay today? He seemed like he was threatened by Oz. I'm like, Johnny's fucking sick and he's doing very, very poorly. Like, Johnny is not threatened by Oz. Live one day in Johnny's shoes and you'd be surprised the amount of shit that rolls off your back that you're not threatened by because you have lots of other shit to deal with. So no, Johnny is not Johnny. I would say Johnny's happy that Oz is back. I don't think Johnny cares that Oz is back or not. Johnny will not be here today. He did send me a text this morning. He's not feeling well. His microphone is not doing well. He has a temporary solution for it, and then I think a new microphone this weekend. Thank you guys for that GoFundMe. I'm just kidding. God damn it. I hate it when I can sense you guys being too autistic to take a joke. I'm kidding. Aaron, you don't know. Don't tell us. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. Shut up. I know you enough. Don't try to sneak a spitball past the bat. This is the guy who's beaten everyone who's come after him, survived everything, fucking killed them all. I know what you're thinking before you're even thinking it, son. Don't fucking get bucky with me. So Johnny won't be here today because he's not feeling well. He's got mic issues. He'll be back on Monday, and I think he's doing his show this afternoon. So give him a whole bunch of shit this afternoon when you watch his show. And just be like, oh, so you bailed on it. Just tell him he bailed on Aaron because he's mad about Oz coming back, and that's why he made up an excuse and he's still doing his show. But tell him you're kidding at some point. Don't fucking, because he panics. I saw Johnny the other day was like, I'm so above all that drama and all that shit. I'm like, Johnny, you don't have to tell him you're above the drama. All you have to do, this is how you trigger the fuck out of those people and you beat them like I do. Learn from me. Smile at them, be overly sarcastic about it, and then move on. Set the fire, walk away. They can't do anything about it. They have no defense. They have to just, since they know you're not listening to them anymore, they all just have to go into a group and cope about it. It's the easiest thing in the world. That's what happens when you go outside from time to time. You learn shit. Thank you to Bigot on Socialist Media for becoming a monthly supporter on Rumble. Thank you, buddy. On a Wall with $5. Thank you very much. Drinking beers with $1 says, I once huffed Peruvian marching powder from a hooker's snatch. Thank you. Thank you. The Cleaner writes, when Aaron watches the Diddy documentary, he screams, this is black work. Oh, no, when I'm doing the driveway. Oh, when I'm shoveling. Yeah. No, I do scream. That's for... There is a Latino gentleman who put business cards in everybody's mailbox in my neighborhood for snow removal. I feel like once you pay for snow removal, you degrade yourself a little. Like, do it. just do the fucking snow removal. Once you start paying people to remove your snow, you lose a little bit of yourself, I think. You can't do that. Thank you to Silverwolf for $1. Says, I'm sad you didn't stream last night. I was on the road till 8 last night because I was coming back from Evelyn during that snowstorm. Could have used a laugh. Had to stream Tex Talks Battletech instead. I have no idea what that is. And then last night, my daughter's choir concert got canceled because of the weather. So that really sucked. But I took the night off anyway. The reason I took the night off, I'll be very honest with you. I don't know what to do with that evening show. I'm not sure. Like, it's missed 2 shows in a row. Now, the morning's picked up for it. Thank you, guys. You rule. We're having a perfect week, and I appreciate that. But I needed a night off from the evening shows. Not because it's like it's hard work or whatever, but I needed to let that shit refresh itself. And it's probably just too much toe. Because it's odd that the mornings are doing better and the evenings are doing worse. You know, I think it's just the too much toe. And to be real with you, I just wanted the break last night to see if maybe if we took a night off after, 2 misses, you got to take a hint. So I'm like, let's let this refresh a little bit. We'll come back tonight. And then we'll kind of, if that's the case and, we can hit twice a week, maybe we do Monday, Tuesday evening shows. And then Wednesday we do like a Rumble Friday evening show. And maybe that's what we decide to do. Silverwolf with $1 says, Rumble won't let me say Nogger. Replace the O with the... Why? What's the point? Abel Graham with $1 says, if you say 6-7 one more time, 9/11 is going to happen. 6-7 rules, guys. You gotta get on it. Thank you to Miss Tay for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. Very kind of you, Miss Tay. Good to see you. Now we're 68 memberships away from 600. One more membership, guys. Don't skip over that 67 memberships away. 68 memberships away from today's goal. $5 from Coltrane says, let's push it to 101 this week. I had a dream about 101. I did. I had a dream I was back at 101 and Gary molested me. No, I had a dream I was back at 101 and they wanted me to come back and do a show. Do you think I should call? Do you think it would be funny if I called him? Should I just call 101 and be like, your morning show guy's pretty old. I think that maybe we should talk about some kind of a backup plan here. I'll be honest with you. If they said yes, I'd go back. I mean, not go back. I'd add them to this and we just watch our language in the morning. I'd go back. I would. I'm dying to add radio to this. That's like the last frontier. YouTube, Rumble. There's 2 things I want to do that I would consider everything here complete. Get back on Twitch. Get back on radio. And then we've got them all. You've got Twitch, you've got Rumble, you got YouTube, you got Kick, you got Twitter, you got Facebook. I don't even think, will Rumble Studio even let us stream to that many things? And then back on radio. I mean, that would be like the ultimate conquest. That would be like I've united all the belts and it's over. I mean, the 2 places I'm talking to now, and I'll be probably talking to them for a very long time. Nothing's going to happen overnight. But the 2 places I still talk to, I'd say weekly. It wouldn't be the same. Don't get me wrong, I would love it. I would love to work for either company. But it wouldn't be the same as coming back on 101. And I feel like Gary, send this clip to him. I feel like Gary has a little bit of that Vince McMahon in him. Not where he like fucks his secretaries. I feel like he's got a little bit of that Vince McMahon in him where he's like, you know what? I hate this fucking guy. I despise him. He left in a huff, but you know what? If it makes dollars, it makes sense. I feel like we could put that back together. We'll see. Satan's Mechanic says you should try CNN while you're at it. Oh, God, if we could get CNN too, that's right. We could get television. That might work. What the fuck is this that you sent me on a wall?
Sex robot.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute. What? Now, this is Sean, and I love Sean, and Sean's great. But on a wall, is this something that could get me in? I'm not going to play anything that could get me in trouble. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. You can send me anything else. I just don't want anything that's going to get, I don't want to be involved in that world or anything like that. There's certain rules I got to play by, my friend. So just fucking take it easy. All right, guys, let's get started with today's show. 255. Oh, no, God damn it. I can't say that. Fuck. Not going to say it anymore. 68 memberships away from 600. I got my 1 month ago thing. My 1 month ago promise. I got so used to it that it just kind of slipped out. Well, either way, hit it. Onawall says preview it. He says it's good. He says it's worth playing. I will mute it and I will listen to it on mute. Where's Onawall's $5? Jeez, you guys have been throwing in some bucks today. All right, I'm gonna listen to this. I'm listening to it offline. You can't hear it. You fucking prick, Sean. Don't take a sip, you cunt. That's a big drink, you big fella. All right, we can play this one. We can play this one. All right. I don't like that Sean knows these things are going to get back to me. That annoys me. All right, we can play a little we can play fat lawyer Sean. You fat Sean. I love when retarded Spurgs will call Sean fat as if Sean doesn't own any mirrors. Sean doesn't know. Calling Sean fat is like calling 50 Cent black. It's oh, got him, I guess. He didn't know. It would be a good insult if you called Sean fat and then all of a sudden he became really self-conscious about it. He's like, what? This is breaking news to me.
We have sex robots again.
So somebody wrote in, sexy cum, warm, sticky cum, moist cum, yummy cum, delicious cum, and most of all, brown cum, yummy cum, please. I beg you, let me feel your sweet, sweet bust. Enter deep inside me. Okay, so all of that.
Really, is this? This must be Aaron Imholt's inner thoughts.
It's not, Sean. It's not my inner thoughts. It's not funny either. Don't take such a big gulp. That's why you're. See, Sean, if you would sip that over time, you would fill up faster. And you wouldn't need a refill. That right there would cut 20 pounds right off the top. Sips. See this? This is a bubbler. I can't even pronounce the R because my youngest daughter used to call it bubbler. And so this is a bubbler. You got to have a bubbler, which if you keep chugging down that sugary coffee that fast, your mouth physically won't be able to bring your lips together to form the R, or however you make an R sound, whatever. This is a bubbler. You take a little sip. Just enough to wet your whistle. No chugging. No chugging. What? That's not mean. He said yum, yum, sticky, yum, yum, cum, sticky, yum, yum, cum, brown, cum, sticky, cum, brown, cum, yum. I can make a you chugged your drink too much, you're a fat guy joke. He said I'm sticky, brown, yum, yum, cum guy. I'm not.
Aaron.
It's the brown part that offends me most.
Use your sock account. Post like a man under your real account.
I don't watch.
Don't hide.
Sean.
Don't hide your feelings. Don't hide your feelings.
I don't watch your channel, Sean. Trial coverage is for old maids. All right? If you're a 42-year-old woman, you can watch trial coverage. If you're a guy and you watch trial coverage, I've got bad news for you. You're gay. Really gay. It's for girls and only for girls. If you're a girl and you watch trial coverage, totally fine. If you're a dude, fucking gay. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow on whatever platform you're on. I'm sure YouTube is just going to be dog shit now that we're back on it. They don't want us there. And I'm pretty sure that our channel's going to be gone at some point. And I'm going to take the watch page revenue. I'm going to take the membership revenue. We're going to do our members only shows on Thursday. I think if those numbers aren't decent, I think I might just do the YouTube stream members only and just monetize YouTube as much as I can because we have more than enough viewers on Rumble. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe you guys hit like a bunch on YouTube and you do your thing. I don't know. But here's the thing. Gift some memberships. Hit like. Hit share. Red Fox Mad renewing his for 43 months. Says best radio show on the planet. Everyone subscribe. Cheers to all of the snow. I love riding my snowmobile to work during the snowing season. Well, great. I'm glad you're happy. The one thing about all the snow being on the ground is it reflects any kind of moonlight, so it makes it look lighter out. Rusty Grammer becoming a member for 43 months says, I don't know why I'm doing this because fuck YouTube, but you're welcome. Your memberships on YouTube and Rumble mean a lot. It helps us. I mean, it's part of the reason Oz were allowed to pay Oz and bring him back aboard. Meat Drapes becoming a member for 37 months. Thank you very much. See, we pay attention to the YouTube people. It's just, you know, I know that YouTube's going to fuck us. We do a great show. We do an amazing show. They're lucky to have us. But, you know, you get, you know, their idea of hate speech, which is making a joke about Somalis and orangutans. They don't want me. Like, so what am I supposed to do? I hate that when people are like, oh, you just hate YouTube. They hated me first. I sit here. I gave them a great show. It was amazing. They choked off. They stopped sending my show to people. My click-through rate is higher than it's ever been. My send out to people rate is lower than it's ever been. I can't help that. Okay? They hated me first. I'm not going to love someone that hates me. Who am I? April? So hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, throw a few memberships our way, a little PayPal, a little Venmo, a little Streamlabs. You know how this show survives and thrives. Help us out. Be a part of it. Let's get into it. I listened to an interview with Doug Minkiewicz a long time ago, the former Minnesota Twins first baseman. I remember I was in the car driving to my mom's work. I was in middle school. My dad was driving us to my mom's work. We could get breakfast there. Sometimes if the Roseville School District had school and mine didn't, or if my dad took me to a Timberwolves or Timberwolves game the night before, I didn't have to go to school in the morning. And so we would go to my mom's work, which was Roseville High School, and we get some fucking breakfast. I remember one time we were driving there and we were listening to morning sports talk radio. And this was in the springtime. The Twins were playing, and Doug Minkiewicz was our first baseman. And the host asked him, he said, how many games do baseball players play hungover? And he said at least 25% of our games we play hungover. I mean, these guys are playing five games a week. I mean, of all the guys who earn the giant contracts that they make, I would say baseball players probably earn the most because they play more months out of the year. They play more dates than anybody else. They play anywhere from 162 to almost 200 games if they win the World Series. So, I mean, that's, well, and then you count spring training. It's over. I mean, they work over 200 days a year, which I understand is like, that's like how much a teacher works. But like still, out of all the athletes, they probably work the most. And they got to drink. You're a professional ball player, for God's sake. This isn't going to last forever. Enjoy the ride. So they're sweating booze sometimes, especially during the day games. Well, football is one sport that you would think you can't really play hungover. I mean, you saw what happened to the guys in Varsity Blues when they try to play after an all-night drinking party. Well, former NFL corner Quentin Jammer. Now, I remember this guy because I wanted the Vikings to draft him. I liked Quentin Jammer coming out of college. He gave an interview this week where he said he played completely shit-faced in the NFL. There was, I think he said the 2003 season, 8 of the games he played completely shit-faced. Now, playing baseball hungover, I've played baseball hungover before. It's not the most enjoyable experience, but you can do it. You just sweat more and you feel a little more tired is all. But football, I mean, playing football hungover would be hard enough, but playing football hammered, shit-faced? No way. Former San Diego Charger Quentin Jammer. All right, I'm going to put this up on the screen so you know I didn't come up with this shit. Former San Diego Charger Quentin Jammer was more like Quentin Hammered during his career. Do you understand what it's Quentin? Probably because he tackled really hard. Claiming he played in several games completely shit-faced drunk. The 46-year-old made the shocking confession Monday night, going to X to say, true story, in not 2003, 2011, I played completely shit-faced drunk in at least 8 games. He went on to say, while the 2011 campaign was a bit fuzzy, he definitely remembers being lit for a contest against the Bears, and some folks seemed convinced they could tell he wasn't himself when going back through the footage. Worth noting, he had 0 interceptions in 2011, one of 3 total seasons he went without forcing a turnover, but he claimed that's a moot point since he was never a, quote, pick getter. He was kind of a shutdown corner. Jammer said his drink of choice was usually tequila or a good bourbon, and he kept his bottles in a bag in his locker room. As for what sparked his drinking, Jammer said it was a bad divorce and told one commenter he was dealing with something no man should ever have to go through. Coke addiction. The good news is Jammer is doing much better now, stating he's almost 2 years completely sober. Yeah, I was going to say, is he going to admit that he had a drinking problem? Is he going to say that he stopped drinking completely? Because being fucked up for 8 out of 16 football games in a season is not, it's not a glowing endorsement. But he admits it was a problem. Okay. All right. I liked Quentin Jammer, too. I wanted him. What did the Vikings corner situation look like? Vikings cornerbacks in 2011. I don't think we were in a position to draft in the top 5 in 2011, so I don't think we would have had a shot at Quentin Jammer. Antoine Winfield, Chris Cook, Brandon Burton, Chris Carr, Marcus Sherrills. Oh, yeah, we could have used Quentin Jammer. Antoine Winfield was shut down, but his season ended early with an injury. Yeah, we could have used him. We definitely could have. I would have taken a drunk Quentin Jammer over Chris Cook. For sure, man, for sure. $1 from Coltrane. He says, bullshit. Hockey is way harder, and they play a shit ton of games that are far harder to play. So, all right, well, maybe. You might be right. I'm not married to my baseball take. Silver Wolf with $1 says, drinking problem. Sounds like he had no problem drinking at all. No, he didn't have a problem drinking, but he did have a drinking problem. You're right. There's a bit of a difference. Thank you to Coltrane. That puts him at 202 for this week. Front Porch in second at 70. Walter in third with 70. Tin Man at fourth with 50. And TDR Shit Show with 50 in central booking. Hey, I got to say, you guys, thank you so much. During yesterday's show, we went over the thing I'm not supposed to talk about, and we did it with no contribution over $25. So thank you. And I think we only had one of those. So thank you guys very much. That means everybody pitched in a little. Keep that energy going. I love it. I love it. Thank you very much. All right, pushing 500 for this morning. Great start to today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I hope Quentin Jammer isn't broke. What's his, I don't know, for some reason I feel bad for pro athletes, even though they make millions of dollars and they blow it on stupid shit and they live irresponsibly. I still feel bad anytime I watch someone I watched growing up as a kid be broke. Quentin Jammer's worth $16 million. Good. I think he's going to make it. I think they might call that generational wealth. I think the kids call that generational wealth that he has. Dr. Doom says, Aaron, stop with all these sexual innuendos. I don't, it's not, Jammer is not a sexual, he was a corner. He was in the NFL. He was. Speaking of the NFL, did you guys see that the Colts are in first place in their division, but they just lost Daniel Jones, their star quarterback, to a torn Achilles? They had no backup plan going into this year. They have a guy they drafted named Anthony Richardson who's been around for 3 years or so. They do not believe in him at all. They don't think his eyes work. So apparently they can't use Anthony Richardson. They signed. And imagine you're on the Colts roster as a quarterback, and they do this. To their practice squad, they signed 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, who, by the way, Hall of Fame caliber quarterback, amazing in his day. But he's 44 years old. He hasn't played a snap of professional football since the COVID season in 2020. Most of the guys he threw passes to in 2020 are retired and out of the league. And the Colts want to bring him back because they think a 44-year-old Hall of Fame quarterback who hasn't played in 5 years gives them a better chance to win than anybody else on their roster. And now here's the shitty part. The NFL wants to make it so, like, Phillip Rivers became eligible for the Hall of Fame this year, and he probably will make it. But if he the rules say that if he plays it down in an NFL game, his clock resets and he has to wait another 5 years to enter the Hall of Fame. I think that's bullshit. I think they should waive the rule. I think Phillip Rivers should be allowed to go into the Hall of Fame this year, even if he plays a game for the Colts. I mean, hell, the WWE does it. and some people think the NFL is just as scripted as WWE. So let the guy play football. That would suck. Like, you come in to help out a team for like 4 games. And then they make you, they make you wait until you're 50 to go into the Hall of Fame now. Bullshit. By the way, thank you to Annoyed Wawa Supervisor for sending us this. It's Diddy. And it says, I'm not a sex pest. Someone did this to me. Very funny. Very funny. I like that one a lot. Cheeseburger Pie says, how many Super Bowls did Phillip Rivers win? Look, as a Vikings fan, I can tell you from experience, it's not about how many Super Bowls you win, you know? Here in Minnesota, we say about the NFL, if you had fun, you have won. And here in Minnesota, we've had fun a lot. Not like at the end of seasons, but like during them. We've had a great time. And really, that made us feel like winners. $20 from Sanford Son says, Carmick's got some morning competition going right now. That rascal. Oh, why doesn't he hop on with us? We'd love to have the kid.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
I don't know. Does he do, like, what, are we crossing over 500 yet? I don't think he's really competition. We're at 487. Yeah. I don't know. Let the kid have his audience. Let him run. I encourage, if we don't bring up the next generation of broadcaster, how is this whole thing supposed to survive? It'll die if we don't. Thank you, Sanford Son, for the, what do we call that? Pink or purple on Rumble? The purple guy? I love a purple. I love a red. What are the $50 ones? Do the $50 ones do red? Or do the $50 ones do purple? I don't know. Somebody test it. Mikey says, Carmick hates your guts, dude. Mikey, do you understand, like, how do you become a fan of a show for this long? I'm worried about Mikey. I'm legitimately, it used to be a bit. I think I'm really genuinely worried about Mikey. He doesn't pick up on sarcasm. His taste buds for humor are gone. I think I'm worried. I wear this big shit-eating grin when I say things sometimes because some of you, is it autism or ADHD where you take everything literally? Some of you are so bad with that. I have to put on the big shit-eating grin. And some of you still don't get it. Jesus, Mikey. Come on, man. You gotta work on it for me, bud. You used to be in a certain place. Now you're in this dark place. I want to pull you at it. I want to pull you out of it. Oh, man. Oh, Mikey. Yeah, it's Mikey from jail. That's Mikey Two Milk. Mikey Two Milks is Mikey from jail. I gave Mikey his nickname, and he's hostile. Historically White says it could be CTE. I don't think it's CTE. The kid's fine. He's going to make it. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Steel Toe, still the king of the mountain. Thank you for the purple one. We still got to find out what the 50s look like. So let's find out what those 50s look like, and we can answer that age-old question. You know what I forgot? I forgot the... I forgot... You know what I forgot about? I forgot about what a $175 one looks like. You know what I forgot? I forgot what a $200 one looks like. Does anybody remember what the $200? I don't. Just for research sake. That's all. Look, It's not even 7 o'clock yet. I don't want to make you guys upset this early in the morning, but we haven't really done one of these stories in a while, and I want to get off like the Fuentes Piers, Candace Owens. Like, I don't want to go into that in the first hour of the show. Like, are there developments on the Gossip Girls of conservatism front? Oh, yeah, there's tons of it. Candace Owens accused Tim Pool of beating the shit out of his wife yesterday. Yeah, Candace really doesn't have a moderate volume. I mean, Candace is either totally silent on something or she's off her fucking rocker. Now, usually by rule, when a woman is fighting with a guy and she says out of nowhere that so-and-so beat so-and-so, the woman is typically lying, unfortunately. I mean, like usually if a woman hasn't said anything and then all of a sudden, oh, by the way, I'm coming forward, this person just punched me in the eye, they're usually telling the truth. But if it's like years later and they're angry at the person at the time, they're usually full of shit. I'm sorry. Men need to learn how to speak openly about things like that. But I do think Candace Owens is lying about Tim Pool, but I think it's fascinating to watch. She's accusing Tim Pool of punching his wife in the stomach. Now, I can't imagine Tim Pool punching anyone. And even if Tim Pool did punch anyone, male or female, adult or child, I doubt it would hurt. So I don't really think that those accusations are true. I think what Candace is trying to do is she's trying to put the screws to Tim and see if she can get him to melt down every day. And I think so far she's 2 for 2. But we're going to do that later today because I want to mix it up a little bit. There is a Maryland 6th grade teacher who is teaching Transgender Awareness Week. Now, I guess if you wanted to do like, hey, trans people are people and you shouldn't beat the shit out of them and you shouldn't fuck with them or bully them or whatever, that's good. That's great. Do I think transgenderism is a mental illness and we should be treating it as such and getting people help instead of mutilating them, especially when they're kids? Yes, absolutely. I believe that. But still, you shouldn't treat people like shit because they're going through it, So, one thing I don't like about the Trump administration is that, like, instead of being America first and instead of doing shit that helps us, like getting rid of H-1Bs, addressing the debt, strengthening our dollar, exploring domestic energy production even more, instead of doing that, they're like, oh, we changed Rachel Levin's name at the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm like, I don't give a shit. That's just literally bullying trans people. I don't want to bully trans people. I want to ignore trans people. I want to not talk about trans people. Let them go ahead and do whatever they want. Stay the fuck away from kids. Stay the fuck out of the wrong locker room. And just let's live our lives peacefully the way it used to be. But I don't find it funny or cool or awesome. I think it's kind of gay. I think you're kind of weak if you're an adult and you're like, yeah, I love that they're doing mean shit to a trans person. I think you have serious psychological issues. You might be gay. I don't like it. I don't think it's good. But I also, like, on the flip side, like, I'm eternally the man caught in the middle, which usually means I'm the sane, reasonable one. Where it's like one side, like, let's let trans people parade in front of a preschool. I'm like, that's not okay. I'm against you. But then on the other side, I go, oh, so what do you guys think on this side? Yeah, it's fucking purposely go to their face and call them by the wrong name. And it's like, well, that's shitty. Like, you're just being an asshole. You don't know how to cope with the disappointment your life's been. You're taking out on somebody else. I ain't down with that shit either. So there's 6th graders at Maryland Westland Middle School that were shown as part of a lesson during Transgender Awareness Week. Things like how to bind your tits if you're a trans boy. See, no, I would be against that. I would stand firmly against that, and I would get really upset at anyone who tried to push that. On the other side, I don't really feel the need to go, make a trans person feel like shit. I don't think it has to be one or the other. This is the video, and I'm not going to play this whole thing because I'll just get so mad that a vein will burst out of my head. This is the video they're playing in this 6th grade Maryland class for Trans Awareness Week.
So today we are actually going to be talking about tips for being non-binary. This again is a question.
Now, what the fuck is this flag? Is this like a gay German flag? Where are all these flags coming from? Get one goddamn flag. Or is this the flag that trans people have to use because the gays are like this close to kicking them to the curb? Do you know that? Yeah, apparently lesbians and gays have fucking had it with the transes. Our official gay, what do you call it? Our official gay correspondent, Suave Banana. He'll check in from time to time. And he tells me that the gays, especially the civilized gays like himself, they've had it with the trans. They said that they're just attention whores, that they can't fucking stop with, the me, notice us shit. And they just said, we're ready to kick them to the curb. Which, do you understand how obnoxious you have to be to think that gay men think that you're needy for attention? I mean, that's a high bar.
I often get in my DMs on Instagram. Do you have any tips for being non-binary?
Yes, go to the doctor. See a psychiatrist. Talk about the problems you have with your mom.
So what I actually did this time around was I asked all of you over on Instagram, do you all have tips? And then I thought of a few things, and I came up with a list of 8 things. Let me get my fingers right. I can't do math. I have a PhD, but it's not in maths.
Right, you're not mentally ill at all. These are not telltale signs that you... Look, one thing I don't like, I will attack trans people on this one. You got to pick a gender at least. You can't do this thing where we don't know what you are. You can't, as I call it, mad-ow it. All right? We have to know if you're team girl or team guy. This kind of Pat from SNL playing both sides, it's non-committal. It's not a good look.
Number 1, if someone calls you by your wrong pronouns, what do? How should you react?
Hate crime. Wait, no. Damn it. See, fuck, I failed. All right. That's what I want to do. For each one of these questions, I want you guys to just shout out your answer. All right? In the chat, just shout out your answer. There's no wrong answers here.
So in my personal experience with this, I might be more passive than most people, but I don't typically correct folks, partly because I am okay with she, her pronouns. If people...
All right, you bore me. Let's go to tip 2 so everybody can have some fun.
Okay, number 2, bullying, how to deal with it.
I can't say that. God, I hate being... But you know what? I just realized I hate being back on YouTube. Fuck, I hate being back on YouTube. I had a very funny line ready to go, but it was steer 2 if I would have said it. A school...
I actually want to do an entire YouTube episode on how to deal with the haters and the trolls and the bullies.
The haters and the losers, that's what we call them. They're haters and losers. I love that. I love that Trump said that. It is such a great... Like, it kind of takes away trolling from people because you get to come back with a Trump meme and that kind of tops all of it. This one is for the haters and the losers. Haters and losers, perfect.
Out there, because this is a huge topic, especially in our community. But in general, my number 1 piece of advice is to tell a person who has authority about what happened.
It's actually incredibly... Oh, no. I'm going to be like for the school showing this. I'm like, that's actually incredibly reasonable advice to give a child who's struggling. Now, here's my problem. The whole premise of this is fucked because if a child says they're non-binary, their parents should be talking to them, getting them help because this is a sign of some kind of psychosomatic deal that they're going through. This isn't something you should normalize because if you normalize it and pretend this is an okay place to be, you're basically sentencing your own child to a life of depression, mental illness, and anguish, and that's not something any parent should want for their kid. So the bullying tip, not awful. Oh, fuck. All right. This is what they're showing in a school in Maryland during Trans Awareness Week. Here we go.
Number 3 would be labels. So I get a lot of questions about labels. And this one is complicated because I myself...
All right, I'm bored.
Wanna fuck?
Oh!
Let's fuck!
Well, he is on the rebound. He might be interested in her. He might... There might be a little bit of, there might be, look, you got to have a little openness for people when they're on the rebound. Historically White says she's ruined for life and will prey on children. Statistically, I mean, I can't tell that guy that he's just wrong off the top. Historically White says Buffalo Bill was more sane. I mean, we don't know that this person, he, she, her, we don't know if they tuck it and dance to Lazarus Goodbye Horses. We have no idea. And if you do know, remarkably troubling. Oh my God, we're pushing 600 already this morning. Thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Appreciate it. Get after it. Thank you very, very much for your support. Always awesome. Always wonderful. By the way, somebody just emailed me and said, the Battle of Minnesota begins. Karmic said you can go fuck yourself. He's drunk at 5 a.m. Poor kid. Look, man, I'm not going to shit on a guy smaller than me going through a breakup. All right? It's a tough time. I'm going to be empathetic. I know a lot of these people want me to shit on the guy. I'm not in that world. I'm not in that universe. I tease people. I tell jokes. I walk away. They get mad. I saw somebody retweeted something at me that Hobo tweeted. I didn't know Hobo had like an obsession with me. I thought Hobo and I were cool. Hobo has this like weird homoerotic hostility towards me. Like he tweets once in a great while and like 3 out of 4 are about me. And I had no idea. And I don't mean to insult Hobo because like anytime someone is like tweeting for your attention and then you don't see it until like weeks later, I'm sure that's upsetting. But I always thought Hobo was like playing a character and he was just a guy having fun. I think Hobo might need to be one of those arm's length kind of guys. I didn't know that, but he's really weird. He's like posting pictures of himself from the gym and he's like, pull up, Aaron. And I'm like, dude, I've said before, you want me to teach you how to box? I'll teach you how to box. But like being a gay guy who goes to the gym, like, look at my quads, I'm taking pictures. Okay, great. It's and he's old. I didn't know Hobo was an old guy. Hobo's like in his 50s. I'm not going to beat up a senior citizen. Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm on probation, dude. Beating up the elderly, forget a crime. That's a sin. He's my elder. But yeah, I didn't know Hobo. And I'm not trying to blow up your spot, Hobo. Maybe you're just, maybe you're joking around. But it does seem mildly unhealthy. Just one guy's opinion, throwing it out there. Don't get mad at me. It seems mildly like you have like 10 Twitter followers and like 3 out of the last 4 tweets are like, fucking Aaron. I'm like, I thought we were cool, bro. I thought you were just, because like if Hobo was really the guy he is in a chat, it's sad and pathetic. I always thought Hobo was making fun of the sad, pathetic people. I'm a little worried about him. But you guys keep an eye on him in the chat. We're going to take care of him. We're going to make sure he's okay. I didn't know he wore glasses, so he's kind of a fucking dork. That's okay. You know what I love about this is Hobo gets me. He's like, fuck, you talking shit? It's like, you call me fat 24 hours a day. Even when I'm not on the air, you think about me and how fat I am. And then I sit here and I turn this is my problem with a lot of these guys. You turn the tables on them a little bit. And they just go, where do you fucking want to go? You're like, are you fucking retarded? Oh, by the way, answer, yes. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, throw in a couple Rumble rants, throw in a couple of 1 or 2 of those memberships. We appreciate it. This is another, I've been watching this Twitter account. Careful now. It's called Wall Street Apes. It's not, stop it, because we don't even need to go there. Wall Street Apes is one of these Twitter accounts that watches, what do you call them? Private equity firms. And it tells you what companies that you might frequent that have been purchased by these private equity firms. Now, what a private equity firm does is it buys the controlling stock in a company and it gets to make all the major decisions. And then what it'll do is it'll buy up, like Bain Capital was one back in the day. All right. Bain Capital would buy up companies, slash the shit out of labor, slash the shit out of all kinds of costs, raise the prices, and make the company more attractive to sell to another private equity firm. And it would just bounce. And that's how they would make money. So you would buy a company, let's say you would buy Dick's Sporting Goods, if you're a private equity firm. You buy it out from the people who made it. They make a pretty penny. And then the thing that made Dick's awesome and cool is wiped out, taken away. The customer experience suffers badly. It sucks shit. And the prices of everything goes up. And you're like, what the fuck happened to the store I really liked? And then if there's a store you really like you can start listing them in the chat right now. We'll start looking them up today. If there's a store you really like, and in the last 5 or 6 years, you've noticed, things have really changed around here. It's not as sharp as it used to be. It's not as good as it used to be. You go ahead and look that company up and see if they were bought out by a private equity firm. The answer is usually yes. So Cold Stone Creamery, we all love Cold Stone, right? You get a little ice cream. They throw a little candy in there. We all get diabetes. We lose a foot. You bring the family. Well, Cold Stone Creamery's prices have gone up exponentially. They've outpaced inflation in the last 5 or 6 years. And people they've noticed that Cold Stone isn't what it used to be. This is a video from a guy who started looking at the prices of Cold Stone. So then Wall Street Ape saw this viral video and decided to look it up. Let's watch the video first, then we'll give you the update.
Bitch, I'm at Miss Cold Stone, girl, and bitch, I will die on a cross, bitch, and be buried alive before I ever pay this much for a little bucket of ice cream. Y'all crazy.
So that was, if you didn't see the prices, for a pint of ice cream, it's $16.99 from Cold Stone. To scoop a pint of ice cream in a cup. $21.99 for a quart of ice cream. And for the triple pint, the Breyers kind of bucket that they have there, $27.99 for Cold Stone. Now, if you're thinking, Aaron, that sounds really unreasonable, you might be happy to know Cold Stone was bought by a private equity firm back in 2018. So it makes sense. It's understood. Bigot on Socialist Media says, get an ice cream maker. Yeah, people in the chat are just going, wow, whoa. Chips and Diff says, is that a black guy? What, next are you going to ask if he was gay too? Boy, can't get anything past you, Chips and Dip. Oh, he says, is that a black gay guy? Oh, yeah. It would seem so. Cheeseburger Pie with $1 says, look up Steel Toe Media, Inc. I think they got bought by a private equity firm. You bastard. Thank you, Cheese. 360 Addict says, ice cream is poison, literally. I mean, is there any food that we eat? Like, if you don't go out of your way to, buy fresh, meat from a farm, from, a butcher, from, My Aiken-ass Ranch or anything like that, like a private place, is there anything you're eating that isn't poison? There was some lady who went through an Aldi, and she made a YouTube video about it. And she goes, look at all the genetically modified foods that are in this Aldi. Aldi is shitty. The food they carry is shitty, and it's modified, and it's unhealthy. And then so somebody's like, hey, fuckhead, go to your local grocery store and do the same shit. For years, people have thought organic is good. Organic, what the American government did, what the FDA did with organic, was basically allowed farmers to get away with getting shit certified organic that was anything but organic, because organic stopped being an actual classification of food, and it started becoming a brand name. So even organic is bad for you. And look, I want to be hopeful, I really do, but I don't think RFK Jr. has enough time to fix it. It's going to take more than 4 years. MSO says Steel Toe was bought out by Sara Lee. It's not true. Chips and Diff says quality has gone down since the private equity firm bought Steel Toe. A private equity firm didn't buy Steel Toe. I'm making more money and investing into my labor force. I'm hiring new people. This should be seen as a renaissance period, you bastards.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
Exactly. Oz is my stepson. I married his mom. Abel Graham with $1 says, to the Cold Stone Morning Show Ice Cream Fund. We're not the Colds. It's still, guys, It's still the Steel Toe Morning Show. It hasn't been bought by a private equity firm. It hasn't been bought by Cold Stone. That's not the case. But this is like this Wall Street Apes YouTube account. They do this. They have like these, they do these posts where they're like, here's a person having a shitty experience at this company. Oh, by the way, here's when this company was bought out by a private equity firm. I mean, look at a lot of your favorite stores that go down in quality, and chances are they've been purchased by a private equity firm. That's why that YouTube channel, 1 Million Voices or whatever, that does all those documentaries on BlackRock, they're so important, man. They're so crucial. They provide like a really good service because they go through all of these companies and they just go, look, here's the ones that have gone to shit. And you know why they've gone to shit? Because they intentionally go to shit because these private equity firms don't give a fuck about you. They just want to sell this thing to the highest bidder. Happy Wawa customer gifting a membership to Nova. We love Nova. Chips and Diff and 360 Attic need memberships too. Hey guys, guess how many memberships we are away from 600? About 6, 7. Hey, I'm bringing that up all the time today. That's fun. Dr. Doom says King Edward's potatoes. Do you want me to look that up or are we making potato jokes? Who owns King Edward's potatoes? No single entity. Uh-oh, you're not going to like this. No single entity owns the King Edward potato variety. It's an old cultivar that anyone can grow. It's a kind of potato. It's not a company. It's a kind of potato. God, you English. I forget that we have English listeners and that you guys have shit that Americans have never heard of, like King Edward potato. 561 checking out the toe right now. I knew that we would come back to YouTube and shit the bed. YouTube doesn't want us. YouTube is strangling us in the algorithm, but Rumble is still holding strong. Thank you guys very much. YouTube, keep hitting like, keep hitting follow, keep hitting subscribe. I really don't see why we shouldn't just make the YouTube streams members only at this point and just roll with Rumble. Thank you very much to Real Drew Morgan for gifting a membership to Spunker. Oh, man. Now we're 66 memberships away from 600. Well, it was fun while it lasted. TDR Shit Show with $1 says what is labeled organic is a lot of times not organic. Farmers will have the outer crops be organic with the crops further into the field not being organic. Just make the outer part look good. Yeah, I mean, and also the classifications for organic just went to shit because farmers were starting to get beat by actual organic foods and it was taking a chunk of their market share away. And it was like, well, why don't you guys make organic shit? And they're like, do you know how fucking expensive that is? So instead, they just lobbied the government, probably with our tax dollars, to change the rules. And they got it. Bigot on Socialist Media says almost triple the viewers YouTube has. Yeah, I think people just like it better because Rumble actually puts you in the algorithm. It's a better service for the kind of show we do. But if you want to save YouTube, just keep hitting like and share because when people find this show, they do love it. All right, guys, yesterday we had a mosque that was having issues. We had a mosque that got, I'm not going to say set on fire. We had a mosque that was on fire in Prior Lake, Minnesota, and there was kind of an insinuation a little bit that, oh, maybe this has something to do with Trump talking shit about all the Muslims. Now, in reality, some Muslim probably left a coffee pot on at the mosque, and it started on fire. And in fairness to the news, they did say there's no evidence that this was set by anyone. It could be an accident, so on and so forth. But now we have a church vandalism story, and I feel like we should treat this with the same scrutiny that we treat the mosque story. A lot of these racial vandalism stories that you hear about end up being complete and utter hoaxes. They end up being, the one I always point to is, and there's so many more of these, there's been people who have put swastikas on garage doors, turned out to be the person who lived there that was Jewish and faked a hate crime. There was also the black person at the University of Missouri That cost the football team 2 games. I think they sat out 2 games because they were protesting because, and I'm not making this up, somebody left a shit swastika in the bathroom, which to paint any design out of your own shit, at least I hope it's your own shit. I hope you didn't gather shit and then smear it on the walls. To make any design out of shit is a sign of severe mental illness, but a swastika is especially asking for trouble. Turns out the person who reported it must have washed their hands after. They were the person who did the shit swastika because when they got caught, they said, well, I just wanted to raise awareness to the racism problem at the school. So you wanted to raise awareness about a racism problem by creating a racism problem. I call it the Al Sharpton effect. But like the football team sat out 2 games in solidarity with their black brothers and sisters, and it all turned out to be bullshit. So I'm always very, and it's just one of many stories like this. So I'm immediately skeptical of these. This is a church in Kansas City, Kansas, that somebody vandalized with a racial slur. Now, I'm going to guess that this is like a black church, a Baptist church, whatever. Somebody put the N-word on it. This is like why I'm skeptical of people like Tim Pool, because a lot of these people pull shit for drama's sake because it gets them attention and you can grift on it. And I don't want to be this guy. I want to be the person who sees a story like this and goes, wow, I really feel bad for these people. That's really terrible. But as you get older, you see so much and it makes you callous to people's suffering because you're skeptical because you've been fooled too many times. It's a tragic way to be. If you're like me, you shouldn't be. That's just great advice in general. It's really just a shitty way to have to live, and you should try to fight it. I mean, who cares if they fool you, technically? At least you kept your empathy intact. But this is Kansas City, Kansas. You guys tell me if you think this is real.
And we begin tonight. What a disturbing discovery in Kansas City, Kansas. A racial slur spray painted on a church sign. Good evening. I'm Bria Berry.
I'm Matt Fleener in for Chris. The lead pastor at Grace Tabernacle Church is Wyandotte County District Attorney Mark Dupree. KBC9's Krista Tatchell spoke.
Jesus, I mean, this racial slur painted on the church got them all so mad they completely forgot about all the child molestation that was going on inside. It's really terrible.
With him today about the discovery.
The police reports list this tagging.
God wills it. Sorry, I just think of the Knights Templar when I see any white with a red cross. I like that. It's kind of based, actually. Do they have a no gun sign? Oh my God, this is, I was just going to say something that gets you banned off of YouTube. Fuck it. I was going to say, what I was about to say, I'm worried about, usually when I say something racist on the show, it's in jest and I'm kidding. Very rarely does an actual racist thought pop into my head. And then I just go ahead and blurt it out. I saw the no gun sign over here and I went, oh, I was right. It's a black church. Now I'm having 2 problems because 1, I can't take that back. That's clearly racist. But number 2, what if I'm right? I nailed it. I called it. But also the ways I used to call it are kind of evil. It's got a doorbell camera. Dude, if this isn't a black church, these are the most paranoid whiteys I've ever seen.
As a hate crime, and Wyandotte County District Attorney Mark Dupree
Don't be black. Don't be black.
It's not the first time his church has been targeted.
Don't be black.
It gives no excuse to anyone to be.
Oh, it has the N-word on. Oh, it's plural too. You can see an S at the end. Oh boy. Do you think it's real? I think it's probably real. Black people who go to church are usually the innocent ones. They wouldn't write that word on their own sign. It's probably a white person who did it.
So hateful and malicious to threaten our church.
Fuck, I was right. God damn it. All right, now, don't bring any guns in here. Don't come in here wilding out. We got a ring camera, y'all. You're a house of God.
Sprayed and smeared across the sign of Grace Tabernacle Community Church, a racial slur. Mark Dupree, lead pastor and Wyandotte County District Attorney, says he saw it first Saturday and called police. On that report, the damage to property listed as a hate crime. Dupree's congregation is primarily African American, and he says the church has recently received calls of death threats. The sign was quickly cleaned before service Sunday, but the residue of hate is top of mind. There are no suspects. Dupree says,
I like that. Whoever wrote this story should get a promotion. Residue of hate. It's usually what happens when you fuck an ex. That's what you leave behind. Just a residue of hate across their back. Oh, I can't believe we hooked up again. God, I've never felt so low. I feel shitty about myself. Well, at least I got that residue of hate out of me.
He's trying to pray past his anger.
We already have armed security at our...
No shit. Oh, boy. This just gets worse and worse. I mean, was that a racist? Now that I'm hearing you have to ban guns, you have armed security at your church, now I'm starting to worry, was that graffiti on the sign a hate crime statement, or was it just a warning for anyone who might come in?
Church. But now I'm having to have law enforcement show up, and not only is it the N-word on our sign, but now...
No? Nothing? Nobody? The word is?
There are those who are threatening to shoot up our church. And
there's another camera. Holy shit. What is this, fucking Tim Pool's house?
Enraged.
No, if it was Tim Pool's house, they'd write halfa before they wrote the word.
Me.
Krista Tatchell, KMBC 9 News.
Now, Dupree says more cameras will be installed outside
Of
the
course.
church. The Kansas Bureau of Investigation told KMBC it has not been asked to help in this investigation.
All right. Well, best of luck to them, but I don't know. Is that, you got all those cameras? You can't catch who wrote the N-word on your sign? I don't know. That seems a little fishy to me. By the way, isn't tabernacle like a curse word in French? Why is tabernacle such a thing here? Yeah, On a Wall says it's a grift. 360 Addict. By the way, can we get the Addict a membership? I think he's new here, and I always want to roll out the welcome wagon for new audience members. Addict says the church did it. All religion knows how to do is breed hate. Oh, shit. Even my precious Catholic Church. Yeah, Sam Show says, conveniently, there's no footage of the vandalism. That's kind of what I was thinking. You've got a Ring doorbell camera that signs right outside your door. How would it not have picked that shit up? Brett McCart says, Pastor looks like those videos where people would put googly eyes on their chin and sit upside down. TDR Shit Show says, you really should just drop Rumble for $2. Thank you. It holds the show back. Have to watch so closely of what you say, what you play, what you read in the comments. If the YouTube people love the show, they'll come to Rumble. I think what we should do is make the show on YouTube members only. At least maybe after the live stream that way. Because, like, really, YouTube is there for our monetization. That's it. It pumps up, it fluffs up the profit so we can bring people like Oz aboard, and I could probably afford to bring on one more person. That's what YouTube does. It can allow us a little extra salary. So I encourage you to keep your YouTube membership, or at the very least, if you're going to get rid of here's the thing you can do. If you're going to get rid of your YouTube membership, at least get a Rumble membership. We actually take home more of the Rumble membership than we do the YouTube one. But yeah, it does hold us back. Like, we're at 600 right now. And usually at 710, when we're just doing Rumble, because Rumble inflates you in the algorithm, we're pushing 7 at this 6-7 at this point. So you are probably right. But, like, I want YouTube to prove me wrong. I do. I want to see YouTube fucking pick it up. But every time we get a strike, there's fewer people. You cannot deny it. You cannot deny that we are targeted. You cannot deny that after we get a strike, they choke us off more. It's weird. Every time we get a strike, we lose about 60 live viewers at a time. Now, don't get me wrong. We've picked up by about 80, 90 on Rumble. That's awesome. I love that. People watch on Facebook, Kick, Twitter, the whole thing. I mean, people have had to cope with our growth and audience so high that they've had to actually make a website where they watch the same numbers I'm watching and explain to themselves how it just can't be true because it's the big bad toe man. By the way, we're over 600 for today. You can go ahead and click your link and cope about that. Oh, boy. I want you guys to be happy for me. I want you guys to be happy that we're having good times. I don't want it to make you upset and copey. You Need Me More says, I found your show on YouTube, but then converted to Rumble. I hear from people that Rumble is getting better. Hobo says, Aaron, let me co-host. I promise nothing will go wrong. See, I hate when Hobo turns nice after I gave him a bunch of shit, because now I feel bad. I feel guilty, but I feel like this is his Jew trick. Like I'm going to be honest. I was too mean. I was picking on Hobo a little bit ago. Now he's being nice and funny. He's still picking, but they're nice and they're well. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start being nicer to Hobo, and then he's going to tell me what a piece of shit I am. He's luring me in with his Jew magic. Sam Show says, no, you don't. Rumble fucking sucks. I do. I hear way less complaints about Rumble nowadays. Boomer Bob Show says, I only use YouTube to see what size socket I need to drain my oil. Too lazy to try 3 different ones. T. Duden says, as a Catholic, we reject you. I support Hobo as a co-host. That Hobo. That's not an endorsement. I'm not counting it. Boomer Bob says, Rumble has improved leaps and bounds in the last 2 years. Still a little rough. I hear way less complaints about Rumble. That's for sure. Oh, my God. Thank you guys very much. You're definitely hitting the like button today. I got terrible news, guys. So the Y is having a basketball tournament in about a week and a half. And I got myself and my buddy want to get a team of 5 together. And this is how you know you're getting old. We said, let's call everybody we know, because we have friends that each other doesn't know from different places. You know, we're popular guys, can't help it. But we started talking to everybody, and he just sent me a text. He said, my buddy doesn't think he can get enough guys. Too close to Christmas, apparently, and too old. 2 more if we have that guy. Here, I'm going to ask him one more thing. Maybe I would love to get a team of 5 together and run. Like I'm on a roll right now. I can't miss. I can't lose. $1 from TDR Shit Show says YouTube holds the show back, where if you give it time, Rumble will make up for any loss you lose on YouTube. I don't dump platforms. Like, I keep all of our platforms. It's just that I got to figure out I got to figure out how to use them. You know, shorts and clips on YouTube. Do we put the show up on YouTube later? Do we stream only, members only? I don't know what to do. But YouTube is definitely dead. And YouTube is definitely kicking creators off. And it's not dead. It's dead for the small creator. It's going to the big creator, and it's going to kick everybody else out. But yeah, I don't get rid of platforms. I think maybe what YouTube will be is it'll be like Twitter is, like Kick is, like Facebook is. It'll just be a secondary one, I think. Unless you guys who watch on YouTube want to keep it alive, I guess it's kind of up to you. But Rumble is fucking crushing it for us right now, and I couldn't be more happy with them. Hit like, hit follow. You know, the best way to convince me to drop YouTube is just keep gifting those members. Money talks, my friends. Money talks. All right, we got our girl Tish. Remember Tish Hyman? That is her real name. Tish Hyman is still out there. She is the woman who was at Gold's Gym when a swinging dick came into the girls' locker room and said, "Hi, I'm a ma'am," and started whipping their cock out in front of everybody and changing. And this was in L.A., and Tish Hyman decided, I've fucking had enough of this. She complained to Gold's Gym loudly, and they kicked her out. So she's been on a crusade ever since. She doesn't go to talk to Republicans about this, and she didn't say, I'm becoming a Republican now. Instead, she said, I'm going to stay in the Democratic Party. I'm not going to grift, and I'm going to go to these Democratic representatives of mine, and I'm going to grill them about trans people in the bathrooms. And what I love about what Tish Hyman is doing is she could go to talk to Republican politicians, but all you'd get is an echo chamber. She'd go, this is bullshit. This is gay. I hate this. And then the Republican would go, I agree, it is gay. And we good Americans got to invade Venezuela to show that we don't like the trans in the locker rooms. So she decides instead to go to Democrats and just make them incredibly uncomfortable, because the dirty little secret about this issue is every sane American with a synapse firing in their brain doesn't think that these people should be in the women's locker room. Even the Democrats who advocate for it don't think it's a good idea. They have to do it because they want to keep the coalition of psychopaths they've built together. I mean, when you build your coalition on mentally ill people, you got to put up with a lot of shit, right, Pat? So you got to do some shit you don't want to do to pay back your IRS bills and pretend you own a home. Sorry about that. So like this Tish Hyman goes to these Democrats and tries to get them to admit, like, you know, this is bullshit. Just say publicly that it's bullshit. And people will applaud for her. Democratic voters, they'll clap for her. They'll say, you're doing great. And she can't get these Democratic voters to say anything that'll piss off the trans, because the trans, boy, do they have a long memory. So here's Tish Hyman talking to Raka Khan. What's his name? Raka Khan. He's the guy. Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna is the Democrat who's standing with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie to get the Epstein files released. This is Tish Hyman talking to him at a town hall and saying, fuck you, dude. Just say it. These people are weird. They shouldn't be in my bathroom.
A sensational warning about hypothetical genital checks, but the real harassment of girls is happening right here under our current laws that allow them to self-ID into our spaces.
Well, I appreciate your speaking out, and I appreciate...
I just imagine a Democratic politician tying a noose while they're answering this question and be like, I'd rather hang myself from the ceiling beams of this fucking gym than answer this question right now. But, you know, you shouldn't feel bad for Democrats having to answer this. They made this bed. This is the way they wanted to go. They traded the farmer and the steel worker for the billionaire and the LGBTQ community. They made their bed. Now they can fucking lie in it.
You're sharing your concern about safety. I have always been concerned about...
Like, look at this. You think this old fucker, you think this old brown guy wants somebody with a cock walking into the bathroom his wife or daughter go into? Of course not. But he's owned, he's controlled, he's bought and paid for by the interests. And they want to disrupt and dismantle our society and make it into something gay, communist, shitty, and different. So they buy Raka Khan, Ro Khanna. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I keep forgetting Ro Khanna's name. And it sounds so much like Mo Rocca. So you look at Ro Khanna, there is not one person who looks like Ro Khanna who thinks that trans women should be allowed in women's locker rooms. Somebody is paying him not to say this is fucking gross.
Safety. And that means that no matter what your gender or how you identify, you cannot harass someone in a locker room. So,
okay, then you can't walk into a women's locker room with a dick. Because I think women find that to be harassing. And by the way, just listen to the way this guy talks about it. You can tell his heart's not in it. You can tell he doesn't believe in this shit.
The problem with the example that you point out is someone was committing domestic violence or harassing, and I'll let you follow up on this. They should be prosecuted. That is unacceptable. But that has nothing to do, in my view, with someone who is trans and who identifies as a woman.
Listen to him.
That they can be using the locker room or bathroom which they identify with. That is their right. Now,
listen to him just say it. He's stumbling, you stuttering, muttering prick, you fuck you. You really think this guy buys this shit? Do you know how many times he's had to rehearse this in front of a mirror because his instinct is to go, ew, fucking gross, get him out of the bathroom. Shit, I fucked that up. If they want to, what do I say, identify? Do I say identify? Is that what they do? If these freaks want to, sir, you can't say freaks. Fuck. Okay, let me try again. If these tranny fuckers want to, can't say tranny fuckers, can I? God damn it. What do I call them? They're not people. Like, what do I... What? That's how a Democrat has to train himself to talk about this shit. Where if we all took sodium pentothal and could be honest with each other, we'd go, yeah, this is fucked up.
if that person, if I could just finish.
See, look, they're booing him. Democrats have had it with this shit.
Is a harassing or a threat, then of course they need to be prosecuted. But I will let you respond.
I truly appreciate you allowing me to respond, sir. Listen to me. Women and men are not the same. There is no such thing as a trans. There are
nice.
And that's okay.
By the way, this is a Democratic representative. This is a Democratic audience. And for you to get one clap at a Democratic town hall for this is shows that there's something going on. And by the way, in California.
But you cannot allow them to have civil laws. I heard you mention a couple bills you're going to go ahead and open up. You need to open up this bill and protect women. Because nobody, none of the women in here are protected. It's okay. I don't like that.
Tish is trying to take the mic. There's one rule. I learned this in TV production class in high school. If you're an interviewer, you never cede control of the microphone. You have an iron grip on the microphone. You do not give it up. That's the rule. 100% no matter what. So Tish is feeling it. Tish is preaching. Tish is getting a couple of claps. She's feeling it, so she wants to go off, Queen.
None of the women here.
Tish is literally should be like the poster child. Tish Hyman, if you look any more like a man than Tish Hyman, you're not allowed in a women's locker room. That's the deal.
Are protected by law. State law. State law is not protecting any of the women.
See, now, if she did not get here by H-1B visa, a white person could have had this job, and they would have been able to keep a coal miner's grip on that microphone. This is the consequence of H-1B visas, ladies and gentlemen. Not only does it take hardworking Americans out of the labor force, but it also brings in underpaid, underqualified people to do the job instead. And now we have an American taking back their birthright.
And I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I am a woman who's a lesbian who was harassed in the locker room.
Oh, I used to like you. Next, you're going to tell me you're black.
I'm telling you right now that a lot of this is going on, and you need to do something about it. The Republicans will back you on it, because I hear that they've been fighting about this for a long time. It's the Democrats that need to do something about this law. The trans...
Look at how fucking terrified this woman is. She's probably thinking she's going to lose her job for letting Jade Cargill here take the mic and cut a promo.
Are not women, they are men. With their pieces intact.
She's offended. These people actually exist. These brainwashed fuckers who listen to their professors. She's actually offended, and she didn't just eye roll that statement. She head rolled that statement. Go back. First of all, look at her. Look at her. When she hears Democrats clapping because they're tired of this shit, nobody's booing. She gave a head roll and an eye roll. Look at that. She gave an eye roll and a head roll, and this guy's thinking about an egg roll. Everybody's rolling here. She's rolling.
And they're in women's prisons right now, raping and killing them, and destroying silence. And this is going to stop with me. So please, ladies, if you're going to vote for anyone, make sure that they're standing up for women's rights, because they're not. And if you are not aware, we are unprotected. Go in the bathroom right now, there could be a man in there. He says, I'm a woman, and that's okay. Now, I know none of you think that's okay. Thank you so much.
You know what? They're fucked if she keeps going on these speaking tours. And by the way, like, the Blaze and a bunch of Jewish Republicans are going to give her money because she's a good distraction from, like, the way the Republicans are fucking us over. She doesn't sound crazy. She doesn't sound nuts. She's very measured. She has her points. She does a good job, and she knows when to get the fuck out. She's a problem. They're going to have to, like, ban her from the lot. And that Indian lady is in so much trouble when she gets back, boy. Oh, man, they are not happy with her. Let him get the mic. Let him cut a promo. Let Ro Khanna look like an asshole. Ooh, boy, did she fuck that one up. $5 from Boomer Bob Show says, for paying attention to your non-paying chat. Thank you. Oh, wow. Well, thank you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, when the donos are coming in and shit's going well, we pick off the non-paying chat as well. If there's a little bit of support, we encourage everybody to come on in. Oh, boy. What are we at? 622. I feel bad. Are we crushing Karmic this morning? I don't mean to. Somebody wrote in the chat, man, Karmic is trashed. Well, I know he's not doing 619 right now. We're doing 408 on Rumble alone. I don't mean to sound arrogant or cocky because I know the guy's going through it, but when a couple of people texted me and said, oh, Karmic's live right now, is that competition? I don't mean to be a dick, but that's not competition, you guys. It's somebody doing a morning talk show versus a Dabbleverse guy. That's so far beneath what we're doing. It ain't funny. Just a porta potty behind buildings with label. See, Dub, I can't read that because of YouTube. Onawall says that's not an H-1B job. I know. It was a joke. I was making a joke about Indian people. It was racial. You see, I was being racist. Hobo Chili Recipe says, now if we can get Aaron like that, it's another win for us. I don't like it when Hobo's being good-natured. I don't like it. I don't like it. Do you think when someone like Tish Hyman gets unleashed on the public, Democrats in California go, another one got out, another one has left the plantation. They're thinking, they're cognizant, they know what's going on, they're using independent thought. Please advise, please advise. They don't like, that's one thing Democrats don't like, a thinking black. They don't like a thinking black. Chevy fan says, you made $25 today. Did I really? Yay. I'd like to make more, but we're off to a good start. Phantom X says, you leave Jade Cargill's name out your mouth. You Minnesota boys like fat chicks, but I need me a tone bitch. Are you, oh, fuck. Are you calling Tiffany Stratton fat? Are you going to attack Minnesota gals? You're not going to, no, look. I didn't want to bring pro wrestling into it. I didn't. But I'm going to tell you right now, on this show, in central Minnesota, we always run on Tiffy time, bitch. We always run on Tiffy time. You're a Jade Cargill fan, that's fine. I'm not shitting on you, all right? I made a little Jade Cargill joke about Tish Hyman. I feel like you low-key just called Tiffany Stratton fat. We don't do that here. You know what? Here, hold on. Guys, give me just one. Oh, no, wait. We're on YouTube. If I play a clip, they'll fucking cut off the stream for it. Maybe you guys are right about YouTube. You might be right. It might be more trouble than it's worth. Does that look fat to you, motherfucker? Is that a fat lady? That's from, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Elk River, Minnesota. Elk River, Minnesota's own Tiffany Stratton. Look at her. And then look at Jade. Here, hold on. Jade Cargill. Hold on a minute. Jade Cargill. Really? Is that what we're doing? That over the beautiful white Tiffany Stratton. Tiffany Stratton hometown. Not Elk River, Prior Lake, Minnesota. I knew there was water in it. So she's from the Rich Reservation. She was born, I don't care what her name is. She often represents her home state, especially the Minnesota Vikings in WWE. Skull, bitch. Although unlike the Vikings, she actually had a title. That was Tiffany was a bodybuilder. I don't know what she was, but she's fine. Stratton is a chonker. She's not a chonker. Don't do that. Tiffy has a Mersh eye. That's a big bitch. Prior Lake bitch. Oh, no. Dub says, last time you went to Vegas with April, Johnny hosted a Friday show alone and solo and earned over $1,000. I know that's because I said he could keep, I think 75% of the money. He did. Let's see if we can make $1,000. Why can't we make $1,000 today? You know what? Everyone throw in a purple one on Rumble. Let's make $1,000 today. Charlotte Flair will look like Jade if she gets any more surgeries. Tiffany was world champion for almost a year. Exactly. It's fucking Tiffy time on the toe. Chevy fan asking, she's from Prior Lake, huh? Is she responsible for the mosque burning down? We should ask her if she was on tour with the WWE when that mosque got set on fire, because we don't deal with hate crimes here in the United States. You know, I got to give the president credit. He actually got something right the other day. He was doing an interview on Fox News, I believe, and they were talking about healthcare. Now, the president's right about this shit. Here's my problem with Trump, especially lately. He'll talk a good game, and not only will he not do shit, but like Congress won't introduce any bill about it. I don't think any of these Republicans fucking like Trump. I don't think they want Trump around. I don't think they want to lift a finger to help Trump. I think they wanted him to win the election so Kamala Harris didn't get in there so they could win and they could have power. And now I think they want to spend the next 3 years undermining this guy and undermining J.D. Vance so that they can get, you know, an establishment guy like Rubio in there. I don't think that because they don't do shit. Like Donald Trump talks about all these things he wants to get done. And the Republicans have the House and the Senate, at least for another year. And they don't lift a finger to introduce any fucking legislation on any of this stuff. It's, I hate to say it's like a conspiracy, and maybe I watched too much House of Cards, but goddamn, man, they really don't do anything to help him. So Trump talks about health insurance in this next clip, and he's so right. You know, Democrats hold up Obamacare like it was this thing for the people. You understand that Obamacare was just the government handing a shitload to your tax money to the health insurance companies. Like, they didn't give it to you. They gave it to the health insurance companies. Oh, sure, you got some kind of tax deduction subsidy for it, but that money goes to the health insurance companies. And guess what? They raised their fucking rates anyway over the years. So they pocketed your tax money, charged you the same for health insurance, and you got nothing. It was a giveaway to the health insurance companies when we should be breaking these motherfuckers apart. We should be breaking them apart. Look, I'm not a single payer guy, but it's starting. You know how a lot of people vote for Trump because the alternative is so fucking terrible? I'm starting to think, don't crucify me for this, because I'm a guy who pays for 4 people's health insurance. And I'm starting to think that maybe single payer might not be as much of a disaster as what we have now is. Because what you have now is a family paying $1,000 a month for health insurance. And then when they get care and they get treatment, they got to pay at least 50% of the bill anyway. So it's charges on top of charges. It's not a good system. Meanwhile, what single payer is, let me be very clear about what I mean by single payer. The healthcare industry is still run by private companies. But we take these medical companies and we break them up into pieces, and we create 100 medical companies, and the FTC or the SEC or whatever bans mergers of all these companies. We make them compete against each other, and they send the bill to the government. The government pays the tab. We pay a certain tax to pay for that. I mean, is that going to be possible? Is that going to be workable? I don't know. What it will lead to is the government being the new insurance company, and that could be another insurance company that goes, hey, because of costs, we can't approve you for this operation, or we can't approve you for this thing. And that's bad, and that's shitty, and there's all kinds of terrible problems with single-payer health insurance, not to mention that these private companies will donate to these politicians, and thus they will inflate the cost of everything. They'll send the government the bill, and the government will just write the check like they do these Somali programs. I'm not sitting here saying that single-payer is a good thing. Do not argue that point with me, because that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is our system now has gotten so bad, and it's so for billionaires, that I don't know if we'd notice that much of a difference if we went to a single-payer system. But like, the healthcare industry and health insurance and all that is a symptom. It's not a disease. The disease is allowing these corporations to give money to politicians. It shouldn't be allowed. All campaigns should be publicly funded. There should be no donations to politicians. You should not be allowed to donate to politicians. It's not fair. People with more money have more access. It tilts the tables. It's wrong. It should be burned down. Until you do that, a lot of this stuff won't matter, because you can just buy and bribe your way out of it. Also, when you allow all of these private equity firms and all of these giant conglomerates to buy up everything and kill competition, you can't get any kind of natural capitalistic price controls in there anyway. So we need a government that's not allowed to take money from corporations. And then we need an FTC and an SEC that will block, I would say, let's block 90% of mergers that happen. You're not allowed to merge 90% of the time. You can figure it out on your own, or you can go out of business and you can declare bankruptcy and you can settle that way, and people can buy the pieces. But, you know, you're not going to fix health insurance until you fix really what you'll do is ironically, since we're talking about medicine, you'll treat the symptoms. You won't solve the problem. But Trump said something about health insurance yesterday in this conversation with Dasha Burns from Politico that I thought was accurate. I thought it was good. But at the end of the 36 seconds, it left me frustrated, because I was like, Congress isn't going to do anything. And Trump doesn't know how to whip Congress into shape. That's not his bag.
Obamacare was set up for insurance companies to become rich, okay? That was why they, in my opinion, I think the Democrats did it for that reason.
Yes.
Do you know that insurance company stocks have gone up 16, 17, 1,800% over?
And do you know how many Congress people had investments in those companies before Obamacare and then past Obamacare? You think Ilhan Omar walks out of Congress with $35-50 million because she's this fucking nobody who married her brother from fucking Somalia all of a sudden got really good at trading stocks? No. They had the stocks already. They looked at the bills in front of them, and they saw how much money they would make. They ain't loyal to you.
For a short period of time. They've been paid trillions, not billions, trillions of dollars. And what I'm saying is very simple. I don't want to pay them anything. No money for the insurance companies. Sorry, fellas, I know them all. No money for the insurance companies. I want to pay the money directly to the people and let the people get their own health care. But you know who's fighting me on that? The Democrats.
And he's right, but also, here's one thing that I think is tragic about Donald Trump. Donald Trump cannot perceive of betrayal from his own side. He has a serious blind spot when it comes to his own side and being fucked over by them. He can't conceive of it. He can't believe it's happening. But Trump has these ideas. Trump can't introduce legislation. You don't see any of these people in Congress introducing this shit, getting it to a vote on the House floor, getting it debated, because they're all on the same take that the Democrats are. They're getting the same money from the health insurance companies. They have the same investments in the health insurance companies. The fact is there is so much rot and cancer in our system that in order to fix it, we're going to have to take a lot of money away from a lot of people. And unfortunately, the people who we have to take that money from are in control of whether or not we take the money from them. So by definition, them being invested in all these companies and then getting money from those companies to run their campaigns, they're not going to be working for you. So you want to fix this problem. The demon is in the money, but if you go to get the money, the people who have to decide to go get the money are the people getting the money. It's wild to think about, but it's about where we're at this point. Coltrane with $1 says the rhinos are just waiting out Trump. Once he's gone, they'll line up and vote with Democrats on universal health care, amnesty for remaining illegals. They are snakes. I don't disagree with you. But at the same time, when it comes to the universal health care thing, like I said before, I don't know if you'd be trading a system that's that much worse than what we have. It would be shitty, but I don't know if you'd notice that much of a difference because, again, people think of universal health care and they think the government's going to be administering health care. No, the government would be the one paying for it. Just like your insurance company pays for part of it now. You would pay nothing. But you know that these private medical companies would be tied in with the government and they'd be, jacking up invoices, jacking up the cost. So there's really, again, there's no way to avoid this unless you go where the money is and you take that away first. K-Fall in the Great with $2 says, if you are feeling stuck today, call Johnny, kisses, slow removal, and get plowed. I think he means snow removal. I'll try to help you. Dr. Doom says, Trump is never leaving office, baby. No, he needs to. No. I don't. Brian says, why does healthcare / medicine cost more than any other country here in America? We are getting robbed. Yes, correct. You answered your own question. It's because we're getting robbed. It's because, to quote Carlin, it's a big club and you ain't in it. The people treating the illness are in cahoots with the insurance company. They bill the insurance company. The insurance company could be regulated by the government, but they give a shitload of money to the government, and the government in turn gives a shitload of money to them. And the people who vote on these things all have investments in all those companies. That's the sad truth of it. That's the sad truth of it. Mommy says the government has money because of working Americans to pay taxes. Well, yeah, until we get to about $5 trillion. Then they run out of our money and they just print the other $1.8 trillion. That's, as Sam Show says, money is fake. Yes. We've got a little bit of local news for you today before we really start jumping into some things. Hey, 675 checking out the toe right now. Hit it. Let's get after it. Rumble, you're doing great. YouTube, you're doing absolute shit. There's really no reason to keep you around. Prove me wrong. But you know, hit like, hit subscribe, become a member. $5 from Redbird over on YouTube says, and if you think you would get the same quality of care as you do now, you're delusional. That's why I say I don't really think there's a win in any of this for anybody. Like, I think the problem we have goes beyond health insurance. You know, it goes beyond the healthcare industry, and it's usually the same problem we have with everybody else. By the way, instead of you guys like having a decent conversation in the Rumble chat, what I'm noticing is this. So Brian writes a thing about our health insurance system, and instead of like helping him out or posing another argument, End of Silence writes, sorry, doesn't work like that, Brian. You are gay. Like, why? Why do we go right to that? And I know I'm screaming into the wind and nobody's going to hear me because I'm on the internet and I'm going, why don't you be nicer? And everyone's just going to go, fag. But why does it have to go right to, like, can't you just write, sorry, Brian, it doesn't work like that? Can't you just say that part? Why does it then at the end have to go, you are gay? Why does Brian have to be gay for asking a question about health insurance? And by the way, I understand that now I'm going to get called gay for diving on top of Brian. Well, that's gay, but whatever. Hobo Chili with another great line. He needs the credit when he gets it. He goes, Urs mommy is a Cossack. Don't trust her. She's a Lienz Cossack. They're even worse. Redbird with another $5 says the American healthcare system going downhill started with a certain Rockefeller buying it out. Yeah, don't Google him. Don't Google him. Dead Game writes, yeah, fag. Joaquim McCarran wants us to go to this live stream. Should we check it? Anytime someone comes into the show and promotes their live stream, we always go check it out. I think it's only fair. But also, Joaquim McCarran, would you like us to raid you when our show is over in 2.5 hours? Is that what you would like? Because we will do that. Mecca Jones says every other first world country has universal coverage and a private option. That's what Obama wanted to do, in fairness. And then the health insurance company said, you better fucking not. And then he gave them all a bunch of money. Conditioner on my D with a great point says, I'd love to pay a la carte and just carry catastrophic coverage. Yeah, one of the big problems with our health insurance is that the government has forced insurance companies to cover certain things instead of letting people choose a la carte. You have to cover things like port wine stain removal, which, you know, chinendectomies, which who needs that, right? By the way, this shit around here, I notice, like every time I see my dad, my dad has it really bad. So I get, and all my uncles on my dad's side have this to a degree. So I don't mean to brag, but my weight's down, but this isn't doing anything. Like, this is just going to happen, I think, with age. And I think I'm going to have to get this like fucking lasered off. I don't like it. I don't like cutting up my own show and being disgusted by the person I see. By the way, Hobo says Aaron's more fat than fag. That's like one of the nicest things Hobo's ever said to me. I'm never being nice to Hobo again. I'm never being mean to Hobo again because he does this. You guys want to go watch Jackie Michelle? Jackie Michelle, I think is her name. You want to go watch her stream? She's doing a stream right now with a guy, and they have like grocery stores behind them, like as their background. You guys want to watch some of this? They promoted their show in our chat, so I think we should check it out. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe, throw a membership in, hit follow. We appreciate you. This is Jackie McCarran.
Have a look at this series and this theory so that they can...
Ew, she's a fucking foreigner. Boo! You suck, Jackie. You're gay and British.
Is that we haven't even thought about. I mean,
no, she's Australian.
Very spontaneously, this series, and it's been really fun it's been probably our most intuitive one to follow through at such a length. So we're very excited to hear what everyone else has to say. So that's going to be one really cool aspect. And our guests will be joining us throughout the 12 hours. But what else are we doing?
You're going to be on for 12 hours? Don't do that. There's no reason to do that.
Well, we have some quizzes, and there will be prizes for the people who didn't know. We've got quizzes.
I love it when my hosts talk to me like I'm retarded.
anyone who is looking for love, maybe.
Well,
people who want to find people to buy land to get things
Which
started.
plagues us,
Plagues
prostitution.
us, I know.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't plague you, but here I sit all alone.
No, it doesn't plague.
It's an issue, right? It's all different, right? Because even if you see...
Why does his head keep popping up above his head?
whole Jabberwocky thing to contend with. And all this
Jabberwocky,
kind of
that
stuff. And
sounds like
you know,
racism.
I mean, even to get into a pub, I went to like a pub, God, a couple of months ago now. And when you go in, they want to take photos of you and get your bloody ID and all this digital ID crap, right? So that's off limits now, I guess. So what do we...
I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Well, that's the Jackie Michelle show. I think if I lose viewers to that, I deserve it. So thank you very much for plugging that. John Jamingo says the audio is horrible and the green screen looks like shit. I kept seeing that guy's head over his head. Well, I tell you what, if you guys want to see more of that, I believe the link is in the chat. Dr. Doom says, I'd let her suck me. I don't think that's why she's doing her show. I don't believe that woman wants to do the show to get you to, quote, suck me. I don't think that's the... Oh, look. Truth, Jesus, Gun Freedom had to admit it. Good numbers today, Aaron. Thank you, buddy. What are we at? 688. Oh, come on. We can do better than that. Push it to 700. Thank you for surrendering, Gun Jesus, Freedom Guy. I appreciate that. Over 600 with YouTube and Rumble alone. The rest of it helping us out quite a bit. Hey, YouTube, you're in serious danger of me basically just going members only on you guys. So hit like, hit subscribe, and throw some memberships in. Otherwise, I don't really know what we're doing with you guys anymore. Let's continue on. Keep gifting those memberships and whatnot. Centennial Villa. Apparently some old people are getting abused in Annandale, Minnesota. There's a maltreatment investigation going on there. I just wanted to do this one real quick. There were a couple local things that happened yesterday. Some kids walked out of school to protest ICE. Just fucking suspend them. You don't get to walk out of school. Kids should not be performing mass protests during the school day when they should be learning. If you want to have like a big protest in the parking lot after school or before school, I'm totally for that. You should have every right to protest. But walking out of school, like if some kid who's 16 decides to be truant from school and fuck off, they can be arrested. They can be picked up by the cops. You have to go to school. So I think if you cut class and you just leave school, same punishment. But now we started allowing kids to walk out because, it's for LGBTQ. It's kind of like when we don't investigate Muslims in Minnesota because they takia their way out of it and go, well, this is Islamophobic if you hold us accountable. Same thing with students who walk out. It's like, well, no, you can't walk out for any reason to get a fucking sandwich or to go start your car. You can't walk out and skip class. Like, but it's for the poor Mexicans and it's for the poor illegals and it's for the gay kids. And, we don't want to be called homophobic or racist, so we won't have any rules anymore. No, you can go and you can protest ICE. That's fine, but you're suspended. All right? You're suspended if you do that. The other story was this Annandale one. Sorry, I got off on a fucking tangent there. They investigated this assisted living facility in Annandale. SP and I were talking about this. We're having some weird mortality conversation about how we're pushing the halfway point and what happens when you get old. We were talking to the kids about you might have to take care of us one day, blah, blah, blah. I hope that our generation destroys the assisted living center. I hope this is where we could become a little more Mexican. I hope that we get back to having our parents live with us when they get old. It would save people a lot of money, including the parents. They wouldn't get taken advantage of. There wouldn't be these really shitty assisted living centers where you just dump people and leave them to die. Hate that. Absolutely hate that. But it's number one, they overcharge. It's very expensive. They're shitty at taking care of people. And then also you have these instances where there's abuse. The facility was responsible for the maltreatment of the elderly. The facility failed to have a process in place to ensure the resident would receive medications ordered by the physicians. So they weren't giving old people their medicine. A resident was sent to the hospital after he was found convulsing in his room. You leave your parents in places like this where this shit happens. He is diagnosed with a seizure disorder and memory loss, and they found they weren't giving him and many others the drugs they needed. I mean, that's where you're sending your parents. $1 from Chevy fan says, go back. I don't know what that means, but the protests and shit. I see. But like, when it comes to the parents thing, and when it comes to the assisted living thing, I really fucking hope that we end this. I really hope that we kill this idea. I hope we get a little more Mexican. I hope we get a little more, because, adults say, well, I've got a busy life and I've got shit to do, and it takes a lot of care to take care of my parents. You don't think it was a lot of work to take care of you for 18 fucking years? You can't have your parents in your house for their last 3 to 5? But they need so much care. Yes, so did you. Oh, but I have work, and so did they. They gave you 18 years of that shit. You can't give them, honestly, by the time it's time for your parents to move in with you, they're going to make it a year to maybe 3 years. And I really hope we start doing that again, because these assisted living centers, God bless the people who work there. They're trying their best. I understand. Most of them are fun. Most of them are good people. Some of them, they're murderers, they're rapists. But some of them are all right. Most of them are all right. But, like, they're not going to take very good care of your parents. They're essentially just going to give them their medicine, give them their food, say hi once in a while, and leave them in their room and wait for the life alert to ring. And that's no way that anybody, especially the people that raised you, should have to live out their last years. Let's be very honest about it. Thank you very much to TDR Shit Show with $2. Says just about every single one of them walks out just to skip class. They don't give a shit about the protest. Only a small percentage of them actually care about the meeting behind the walkouts. Yeah, the dudes are just trying to find a stinky armpit hippie chick to fuck, because those are the ones that put out in high school. So they're, it's dishonest. It's dishonest from Jump Street. Thank you, TDR Shit Show. Wanhead Rex says they lie and shit for hours every day. High school kids or old people? 09 Canyon says, I kept my parents home as long as I could. I couldn't do it by myself. Truth Jesus Gun Freedom says, I totally agree with the toe here. That's because I'm fucking brilliant and I do an amazing show. And you only dislike me because you were told to. You learn that. Everybody learns that when they stick around here long enough. I have to learn to be nice to you, to be patient with you, because you're in the same learning curve that everyone else. You were projected to by people who are wildly insecure and mad that we don't need to be part of a community and can do it ourselves. That's what happened, but you'll be all right. Eagle of America says you can't send your parents to school 6 months out of the year. Wait a minute. That's it. That's the idea. We develop like a school for the elderly, and we maybe create an elderly wing of the schools, and we'd say, there you go. Conditioner on my D says, fuck, I hate agreeing with this flabby faggot. Dude, again, you were just told not to like me. It's a great show. You laugh your fucking balls off. You hate yourself for having to admit it. Dude, I've watched literally thousands of people go through the same process that you and Truth Jesus Gun Freedom are. And I know I elongate the process by doing this to you because I'm being a dick. But I'm just saying, like, stop fighting it. Stop resisting it. I'm better than everyone else you watch do this. It's fine. I've been doing it for a long time. I fucking should be. It's not an accomplishment. Small Town MN Gal says, no, fuck you. My dad's an asshole. He's not moving in with me. That's another good point. Treat your children well. Respect your children. Love you. And you know what? They will want to take care of you when you're old. My daughter sent me this thing yesterday. Fucking broke my heart. Right after school, she sent me this thing. And it was like this sad this frog puppet. And it said, me when my dad isn't around. And I was like, oh, that's so nice. Thank you. I love you, sweetheart. That I teared up a little bit when she sent me that. That was very nice of her. So I bought her an extra Christmas present. She fucking knows how to get to me. She knows. So what you really have to do is you have to treat your kids well, and then they'll take care of you when you become a burden, because they'll love you so much that they won't care about the burden part. You understand? Buzmak. Of course, Buzmak takes one of my good rants and turns it into this. He goes, Toe already pushing to be a burden on his children. God damn it. As if I haven't been a big enough burden about 2 years ago, year and a half, 2 years ago. As if I wasn't a big enough burden. And now look at me, Buzmak. You're right. I'm just lining up to be a burden. Truth Jesus Gun Freedom says, I don't dislike you. I just abhor your bigotry. Whatever, queer. No, I'm kidding. Thank you very much for loving my show. Thank you very much for loving me and being my friend. Wanhead Rex says the senior care is a green card business. Only hires other green cards / illegals. John Domingo says, my issue with you, Aaron, is your dishonesty. Again, you made that up from people projecting their own dishonesty onto me. Those people who told you that I was dishonest have been caught lying about me dozens of times. Remember the phone call, kid? Remember the phone call? You're going to call me dishonest when the person you got that from lied about having IRS debt and the fact that he's not a homeowner and he's a vagabond? And he sits at home and gets high all day? Really? I'll put myself up against the character judgment on that any day, Jamingo. I'm sorry to tell you, I hate to be the one to tell people they got snowed because a guy like Jamingo probably thinks he's really sharp. But you got had, kid. I'm sorry. But it's okay because I do see a lot of you in DMs and shit like that, and even openly in the chat, acknowledging that that happened to you, that the toe won the war, and you're coming around. I welcome you with open arms. You will not be shunned. Redbird with $1 says, overall, Gen Alpha is way too pissed at the shit show that boomers, Gen X, and millennials have handed them. You're all getting dumped in the cheapest home they can find. I think, actually, that's Gen Z. Gen Z is really pissed at the mess we left them. Gen Alpha is too young and innocent yet to understand the mess we've left them. We have time to work on it. We do have time to work on it. Landers says, I mean, they are right. You are dishonest, Aaron. Keep lying. You keep lying to your audience about your sexuality. We can all see it. I'm not going to respond to that because any response I have to that, I know Buzmak's here, and Buzmak's going to say, oh, I changed the trajectory of his show. He does. I think about the shit and how I respond to it because I don't want it to sound gay. So I'm not going to respond to what you just said. I'm just going to let you think that about me because I don't need to say something about it and get clipped. Okay, some of you guys with the questions, some of you in the chat have decided to be my children and role play and ask questions. Hobo says, Daddy, why is all my Halloween candy gone? It's not very nice. That's not very nice. Marconite says, owning a home is overrated. Not if you want to have home equity, it's not. Just don't surround us with Infinity Browns and we will be okay. Infinity Browns is the worst cheat code there is. All right, Hobo, you know you just went over the line there on that. Jesus Christ, man, get a fucking grip. Get a grip, Hobo. Try to figure it out. Hobo is like cool for an hour or two. I think he has medication that he takes or he's hypoglycemic. He needs to eat every once in a while because you're like, aha, Hobo, that's a good one. Good one, Hobo. Nice work. And then all of a sudden it goes to like rape or something. You're like, okay, buddy, a sandwich. Can't fucking take these kids anywhere. Ryan the Garbage Man says, not to mention nursing homes and assisted living not to mention nursing homes and assisted living facilities are fucking vultures and will completely wipe away any wealth the elderly have. Correct. On a wall with $2 says, friend said the only reason we can have a libertarian ethos is because we have a social security system that lets us dump our elderly off on the state. He's not wrong. Once you grow up and you understand like how shit works, you realize how untenable libertarianism is. I mean, try to be as free as possible. That's great. But we also live in a society and we got to keep the fucking crazies out. And we've done a terrible job of that. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I got a little Sheriff Grady Judd. coming up for you. He's going to yell at black basketball players. Then we have a black lady yelling at Tim Pool. Yes, it's Candace Owens. She's not really yelling at him. Candace Owens does the thing that I always advise people to do, which is smile, set a fire, walk away. That's what I do, and it works so fucking well, especially in the long run. Light a fire, trigger the shit out of people, walk away, and then let them yell at you. It's great. That's what Candace Owens does, and she does it so well. She's been doing it to Tim Pool. Candace Owens, is me. Tim Pool is the Dabbleverse. It works perfectly. You stay out, take your shots, smile. You know what you're doing. Walk away. You're dealing with retards. You know they're going to go ape. Then Tim Pool goes ape, and you just sit back and smile. We've got that coming up. This is a monstrosity. Glenn Beck created an AI George Washington, and you guys are not going to believe this. The AI George Washington sounds just like Glenn Beck. Unbelievable. Micron with $2 says, you offered Karmic $300 for 6 shows? Shame on you. No, I offered Karmic, I talked about this the other day. I sent Karmic an offer $300 to do 2 shows a week. So that would be $300 for 8 shows. I wanted him to do some evening shows. I thought riling up Karmic and letting him go insane would be just the shot in the arm that the evening show needed. It would also separate the evening show from the morning show, so it wasn't like it wasn't like Raw and SmackDown. It was more like Raw and ECW. Wrestling, of course. So yeah, I offered, and the coward didn't even get back to me. This poor kid has been brainwashed by so many people, and now he's having a full-blown meltdown because of this internet. Basically, everything I warned Karmic about has happened to him. I often look at Karmic as my prodigal son. I raised him. I created him. I invented him. He got angry with his father. He ran away from home. I kept giving him great advice, especially not bringing the girl on his stream. It's going to end poorly. And then these people are all playing with you and trying to get you to melt down. And now it's all happened. And I reached out. I sent a lifeline weeks ago, and I said, I can save you. I can rescue you. But I learned a long time ago with addicts, I should have known, you can't save them. They have to want to save themselves. So I'm pulling for the prodigal son. I'm hoping the prodigal son mounts his return, but right now, it looks like circling the drain, unfortunately, and then losing to the toe, which is never a good look. But it happens a lot. Chad Buzamok says Karmic's a twink. Oh, well, we got to teach you allegedly, too. Redbird with $1 says, now the idea of equity taxes are being floated in D.C. and the EU. Yeah, and Elon wants to get rid of the EU. $1 from Cheeseburger Pie says, Aaron, that advice didn't work for the owner of the press bar. No, it would have, you understand. The owner of the press bar, what he had to do was light the fire and walk away. Instead, what he did was he lit the fire, walked away, and came back. That's where he fucked up, Cheese. Redbird with $1 says, Gen Alpha is not innocent. The only 2 political positions they hold make either Stalin or Hitler blush, and ask if they want to tone it down. They are masters at not discussing politics around adults. Alpha isn't old enough to hold office, are they? On a Wall with $1 says, it would definitely separate me from the evening show. Oh, you would walk? You would leave? Well, then I would have to reconsider it. Well, he didn't even have the balls to respond to me, so that's unfortunate. You can't do business with people like that. All right, we got a lot of stuff coming up here. I got the Daily Wire defending Nick Fuentes. What the fuck is this all about? And then Candace Owens triggers Tim Pool again, this time saying he beat his wife. Now, I'm going to be fair to Tim Pool, and that's not something I am very often. If someone lies about you beating your wife, you're allowed to get mad. Now, I never did when that lie was told about me. Some people are so mentally ill about the toe and coping so hard that they still believe it. They've convinced themselves of it, even though the person who said that took it back. But I didn't get raging out of control mad about it because I knew how ridiculous it was. I also knew that at the time it was coming from someone who was abusing drugs and very bitter that I left. So April was very bitter about that at the time. So I gave her a pass on that. And we've spoken since then. We don't speak anymore. But when we had that phone issue, it got bandied about. It's fine. It's not a big deal. you learn to when you learn enough about addicts, you learn to just let shit go because you're like, because I've said this many times before. I watched the person die and a new person take over. What are you gonna do? You be happy that you have what you have and that you got the fuck out of there. The cleaner says, you didn't beat your wife, you queer. See, I can't win either way. Joey Caravello says, if you beat April, it would have been funny. No, it wouldn't have been funny. That would not have been funny. She owned a bow and arrow. There's no winning in that scenario. So anyway, yeah, I'm sorry if that ruins any preconceived notions you have about me, but that shouldn't make you mad, by the way. Do not let that rile you up. Let's go to Grady Judd. Thank you guys very much for the Rumble Rants, the Super Chats, the memberships. Let's pick those up, keep it going. What are we, 60? Are we 6-7 memberships away from 600? Keep those bad boys going. All right, we got Sheriff Grady Judd. Some people in Florida, in Polk County, and you guys, some of you are from Florida. I can't remember if Hobo's in Polk, but Grady Judd's been there a long time. And Grady Judd is like legit a fascist. And I mean that in a complimentary way, in that the way you want a sheriff to be a fascist. There are a lot of criticisms about Grady Judd that are accurate, that if he was like governor would be very troubling. But the fact that he's sheriff of a white trash and trash in general county, he's kind of the guy you need. They say, oh, Sheriff Grady Judd is racist. Probably. In this next clip, he's going to gloat about busting a bunch of black basketball or football players, I believe. This is Grady Judd on the latest crime. He always gives these crime updates on what's going on in Polk County. Colorful guy. Love him to death.
To compliment the Cocoa Tigers.
Ironically, the Cocoa Tigers, the white team.
They won the championship after finishing the season 15-0. It was the Atlantic Coast Youth Athletics Association. And they beat the Thoroughbreds.
That we don't call them that anymore, Grady. We just African American, person of color. We still say black. We don't call them thoroughbreds. We don't call them purebreds. We don't call them mudbloods anymore. Grady, we got to change with the time. We don't say Cocoa either.
26-6. I mean, they didn't just beat them. They ran over them.
Oh, God, I thought he was going to say whipped them. I was like, God damn it, Grady.
And the Thoroughbreds were from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
As they tend to be, in fairness.
Now I want to introduce you to 8 of the Thoroughbreds.
African American.
And here they are. You look at the Thoroughbreds.
They certainly are. Oh, not a drop of European ancestry in any of them. Hey, at least that team recruits properly.
And you find out, what were they doing? What were they doing on Saturday morning? Well, let me tell you what they were doing. They Ubered from where they were staying. They had come from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, down to the Dick's Sporting Good in Posner Park. Not only did they Uber down there to shop, they had no intentions of paying for their product. So they came into the store in 2 groups, and they began to systematically steal product.
Hey, do you see this white kid right here? This white kid is literally, his leg is shaking. He's scared shitless of the kids walking, the black kids walking through the store.
And that's exactly what they did. They stole, and they stole, and they stole, and they stole.
Jesus.
And they stole.
Did Grady just make that whole scroll disappear? My God, he's a sorcerer. He keeps gaining power with age.
You steal in Polk County, you go to jail.
Wait, did he just say they Ubered from Philadelphia? No, they didn't go to Polk County. The geography of that is off. Hold on, Grady.
I mean, they didn't just beat them. They ran over them. And the Thoroughbreds were from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Now I want to introduce you to 8 of the Thoroughbreds.
They did this in Polk County, Florida.
Here they are. You look at the Thoroughbreds, and you find out what were they doing. What were they doing on Saturday morning? Well, let me tell you what they were doing. They Ubered from where they were staying. They had come from...
Oh, okay. They had come from Philadelphia. He meant like they had come from Philadelphia. They were staying at a hotel. Okay, now I get it. So before the game, they went and robbed the Dick's Sporting Goods. And they Ubered to... Oh, wow. So you went to another state to... I guess that's smarter than doing it at home. Don't shit where you eat and all that.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Okay,
down.
We'll go back.
And I don't want to hear you whining and you're complaining and you're belly aching and all of that nonsense. If you don't steal, we're your new best friends. If you steal, we're your worst enemy. Merry Christmas.
But I thought I was going to end it with "believe that." We need Grady Judd to get a catchphrase like a pro wrestler. You know, like "Who's next?" Like Goldberg had. He does have. Did you hear what I said? Black kids. He does have that one. But we need him. We need a sign-off line for Grady Judd. So he already anticipates people going, "You're fucking being racist, Grady, all these black kids." He's like, "Don't give me that. Before you even start, don't give me that shit. You come here and you steal, we're your worst enemy. You come here, you behave yourself, we're your best friend." Florida is nice people in Florida. A little off because of the sunshine, but they're nice people. They stole 47 items worth a combined $2,200 from Dick's Sporting Goods. Damn. And they got caught before they could even fence this shit. Son of a bitch. Redbird with $1 says the first step is admitting you have a problem with Casey's gravy, but I don't have a problem with Casey's gravy. I don't. Oh, guys, Jackie McCarran is back in the chat plugging her show. Should we see if it's gotten any better? Jackie McCarran posted a link. Should we see? I mean, before the show was talking about some kind of funky Australian shit. They were by a grocery store or whatever. Let's see. Is it improving?
Yeah. And I mean, this is the thing. They're not natural. Who's ever walked through the bush or the forest in whatever country you're in and gone, "Oh my gosh, there's a capsicum plant. Look at these. Oh my gosh, this is smart."
What did you guys do? They took down their chat. Guys, what the tell me right now what the fuck you did. What did you guys do to the Jackie McCarran show? Don't fucking bullshit me, guys. I know. They had a chat before. They don't have a chat anymore. What? God damn it. You know, we try to make friends. We try to be nice. We try to go to other shows. And you guys go. They had a chat before. Right over here. You see this? This was a chat. Granted, there was nothing in it. But they had a chat, and now they don't have a chat anymore. And I'm their only like. What did you guys do? And be honest, do not fucking lie to me. You did something to Jackie McCarran. So much. Monday night, we raided a guy's stream. And when we raided the guy's stream, he got really nervous because his Rumble numbers went up by a couple hundred. He got nervous and he shut down his Rumble chat. Like he was multi-streaming. And he was like a stoner guy. People were like, let's raid this guy for Johnny because he's a fellow stoner or whatever. And I'm like, okay, let's give it a shot. And we raided it, and the guy went from like 40 people to 200 something. And he panicked and he shut down his chat. And I was like, are you shitting me? Is this what people do? Like people who have small streams? Like, because if I have 200 people watching at night, I'm going to kill myself. Like, oh, fucking YouTube. There we go. I'm kidding, YouTube. It's a fucking joke. Like, I'm losing my mind if we're down to that number on the evening show. These guys get up to that number and they go, "Oh, shit, what do I do?" By the way, we got to find somebody to raid after this show and see if the same thing happens. But I need to know what you guys did to get rid of that woman's chat. I don't know what you guys did to poor Jackie, but you ran Jackie off. That's the second Jackie you guys have run off in a year. The pretty antisocial lady, although Haley probably ran her off, let's be honest. I mean, who can watch a scowling, mad, angry, white trash person? Yeah, I'm not white trash at all. You're like a wannabe Ann Coulter. You think you're like some kind of trad, but you're not. You're a mudblood. Stop it. She probably ran her. So I can't take credit for that, Jackie. But you guys ran that other Jackie off on that Australian thing. She cut off her chat because of you guys. No, don't put the green sirens in the chat like that's a good thing. You guys are mean, all right? And you need to work on it. 66 memberships away from 600. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Who's popping the Venmo and PayPal cherry today? Let's find out who's doing that. Who's going to step up and volunteer? And who's going to give us a red boy today? We had a purple guy. I like the purple guys. Let's try the 50s. This person writes in town for a game, then they Uber and steal. Long list. It would have been funny if Grady Judd would have said, Item 1, arm bar. Item 2, heavy bag. Item 3, football cleats. Item 4, arm bar. I mean, if you're going to have a scroll, you got to do the list of Jericho. You can't not doing it. You can't not do it. Guys, stop with the green light. Guys, with the green lights, we're not celebrating the fact that you guys took down that poor lady's chat. All right? She was doing just fine. And you guys just fucked her over. She got nervous and she got rid of her chat. 674 of you checking out the toe right now. YouTube, you suck. Hit like, hit subscribe. Make it worth my time with you fucking platform. Rumble, you're doing great, kids. Awesome work. Keep it up. Love you to death. You're absolutely crushing it. Keep it up. All right, we got to let somebody pay the fucking bills today. That's for sure. So let's talk about Chicago Steak Company. What do you give someone who already has everything? You give them the sound of a perfect sear. Head to mychicagosteak.com/rumble. Use the code RUMBLE. That's mychicagosteak.com/rumble. Promo code RUMBLE. Chicago Steak Company, top 2% of beef in America. USDA prime and premium Angus, hand cut by master butchers. The kind of marbling that hits a hot pan and fills the whole house with that smell. That buttery meat goodness. You know the one. Spend $229 on any holiday order, and your gift arrives at your loved one's door with 6 free petite ribeyes plus free shipping. That's $240 in premium steak, absolutely free. Then there's the unboxing. A black and gold gift box worth unwrapping. Packed with dry ice, smoke rolling out when they crack it open. Christmas morning energy. It's not just another sweater. It's a dinner that comes with a memory. mychicagosteak.com/rumble, code RUMBLE. That's mychicagosteak.com/rumble, code RUMBLE. Thank you, My Chicago Steak. All right, your guys' turn. Throw in a couple of bucks. Why not? All right, let's continue on. I never thought I would say this, but the Daily Wire got Nick Fuentes back yesterday. I mean, granted, it wasn't Shapiro. Shapiro didn't get Nick Fuentes back yesterday, but somebody did. And I got to say, I give credit to anybody who breaks with Daddy Ben, especially when breaking with Daddy Ben defends Nick Fuentes. And I never would have thought that it was the slight of shouldered homosexual-looking man on the Daily Wire. Now, everybody on the Daily Wire looks gay. I mean, Matt Walsh is clearly covering up for something. But Michael Knowles is the one who looks the twinkest. And you would think you would have the smallest balls. But no. By the way, Von Kaiser with $3 on PayPal says, I popped it. Well, now we're just looking for someone to pop the Venmo today. Thank you very, very much. Some asshole conservative who's getting tired of seeing Nick Fuentes do well numbers-wise, decided that he would create this metric. You know, there's 3 lies in the world: lies, damn lies, and statistics. And one of the biggest copes you can do with stats is when someone's doing well or doing better, you try to lie about their statistics because you're angry with them. I see it all the time, and I smile. But Nick Fuentes is doing crazy numbers right now. So some conservative guy said, no, It's all bots from India. Look at this chart I made. I made a chart, and it says all of Nick Fuentes' bots, or all of his viewers are bots from India. Now, if you go watch Nick Fuentes' show on Rumble and you look at his chat, I mean, it's insane. That's how I know that watching a lot of these shows, there are a lot of bot viewers. There are a lot of purchased viewers and bots. I mean, you see people that, they seem to be hitting the same exact number every single time, and their chat moves about the same speed as like Aaron's or Kevin's or something else. And you kind of know that it's bought and paid for. But you let them have their illusion because they've been taking a lot of L's lately. Well, this guy had been taking so many L's to Fuentes that he made this chart, and he thought that this was going to be the thing that finally broke it wide open and like neocons could take back their space in podcasting. Of all the people to defend Nick Fuentes from these silly cockamamie allegations, if you will, I did not think somebody from the Daily Wire would be the one to do it. Enter Michael Knowles. And he would say, yes, please. Michael Knowles got Nick Fuentes' back. And I got to ask you guys, do you think Ben Shapiro gave him a call? Do you think he got a text from Benny? Or do you think Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire's numbers are so bad right now that they're calling up Nick Fuentes and seeing if he'll go head-to-head with Shapiro? You know, isn't Shapiro the guy who was always like, facts don't care about your feelings, debate everybody, free speech? You know, this is a guy who picked on college kids and made them look stupid, and that's how he rose to prominence, that and Jews giving him millions of dollars to buy Facebook ads. And then he won't talk to Nick Fuentes because Nick Fuentes says unkind things about Jews. Sounds like cope to me. This is Michael Knowles addressing the possibility that Nick Fuentes' success is due to bots.
Now the reaction is, it's all fake. So the New York Post has this world news exclusive based on a new report that has just come out, supposedly, that says that...
Is this queer? Does he have candles burning at his desk? So wait a minute. He's got cigars on what kind of fucked up stuff is it? He's got his leftist tears gay Ben Shapiro tumbler. He's got his cigars. So his desk is essentially a commercial. Do you guys like my Stonies logo, by the way? His desk is basically a commercial. He's got his cigars here. He's got his gay candles here. And he's got the boss's merch here. God damn, have some pride. All right, well, go ahead, Michael.
Fuentes' following, his apparent popularity, is an illusion. The headline is Fuentes may be racist, but he relies on Nigeria and India to fuel his popularity online.
I just like how based he is. I like what he says about the American blacks. They are all criminals and thugs. And then the Jews, I mean, well, they don't literally poison the wells here. They buy all our natural resources.
Says the white supremacist Nick Fuentes doesn't seem to mind benefiting from bot farms in Pakistan, India, and Nigeria promoting his content. The Post has learned. This is based on a report, a study, supposedly, from the Network Contagion Research Institute.
That sounds legitimate. The Network Contagion Research Institute. They do all kinds of great studies on why people they don't like are bad.
Which is a nonprofit that purports to study extremism on the internet.
Oh.
Okay. You have some people on one side saying Fuentes is entirely organic. It's a cri de coeur from the voice of the people. He's the voice of his generation, and it's all totally organic.
How have I missed Michael Knowles' show? Like, there are nights where, like, I'll go to the gym and I got a little adrenaline. I'll take a nap. I'm well rested, and I'll go to bed at night, and I won't be able to fall asleep. And here I am. I've missed Michael Knowles' show this entire time. That's so on me.
Then you have some people on the other side saying, no, the Fuentes phenomenon, it's completely fake. It's astroturfed. None of it is real. These are not the droids you're looking for. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Of course, this man made 2 gay references in a row. But, like, if you understand, if you want to make the argument that Fuentes is all bots and it's all fake, you realize you're admitting that you're an idiot and you fell for it. I mean, this is suicide cope.
It's just forget about it. The thing you think you're seeing is not true. Don't believe your lying eyes. I guess, as is often the case on these sorts of issues, I have the third and probably least popular view.
God, this guy is hard to
People
get.
who say,
I mean, I want the thing he's going to say, but does this guy draw money for the Daily Wire? Like, is this a do any of you? Because I know we have listeners who are like really into the conservative politics stuff, and that's fine. But like, do I have people here who are like fans of this guy? Does he like? Is this like a slow song that's 4 minutes long, and I gotta wait until the beat drops? Like, does the beat ever drop with this guy?
that this phenomenon is it's all bots. It's all just foreign ops. It's all just engagement farming. That is pure cope, man.
Attaboy.
Head in the sand copium to make people feel better.
Head in the sand copium. Anytime someone you hate is doing, says, hey, we got this many people watching, we're doing great today, and you start raging out and saying it's not true, pure copium, my friends.
True.
Stay coping.
Likewise, the people who are saying that there's no foreign interference whatsoever, I mean, I think that's totally naive and ridiculous and
no, of
contrary
course,
to everything we've seen from our adversaries in history. But let's get back to the first one.
No, that's okay. We're done with you. No, there's absolutely bot farms, but they're not bot farms purchased by Nick Fuentes. They're bot farms that want to latch on to Nick Fuentes' success, and they want to try and somehow grab part of the revenue from it. It's a little different. On a Wall says Disruption Network Institute found corporate records and tax filings showing the Israel on Campus Coalition paid the NCRI $335,000 in 2021. That's a different organization, though, isn't it? His was like the National Contagion Institute or something. Los Federales says Michael Knowles is good. I love him. He's like Charlie Kirk light. So he'll get shot in the leg one day. Okay. It's good. Can we do jokes yet? Okay. Can't do jokes. Sorry. No, I know. There's people who I have another fan who just sent me a message. They said, no, Michael Knowles is good. He's really fair. He's, I don't know. I need a little sizzle with my steak. That's all. Of course, you made it about food, Aaron. All right, guys, we need you. Chip in a little bit. Let's make some waves today. Let's make something happen. That would I would appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble rants and gifted memberships. Remember, we don't do the begging thing during the show anymore. We do it at the end, but help out the show. Sure would be nice so we don't have to bring that shit back. Citizen M is still a fag for $1. Says, now I got to go eat raisins. Good to have you. Let's do some work, boys and girls. So, speaking of Nick, there is this guy, Finkelstein, who has now become a meme. If you watched the Nick Fuentes, Piers Morgan thing, Danny Finkelstein is a guy that Piers brought up as his magical Jew. And Piers' magical Jew was supposed to make Nick Fuentes feel really guilty about the Holocaust and really guilty about Hitler. Piers played a clip of Nick saying Hitler was cool as fuck. Piers didn't like that. And Nick said, well, my generation is tired of Jews using the Holocaust as a get-out-of-jail-free card and to score political points and use it to guilt people into being more conservative and being more nationalist. And Piers goes, how dare you? I don't know anyone who does that. And then next breath goes, here's my friend Danny Finkelstein, who wrote a book about how his mum died in the Holocaust. And Danny Finkelstein went, me mum died. Me dad was put in jail by Stalin. Oh, me grandmum died, and they were gassed and turned into shoes and lampshades. And me mum. And then Nick Fuentes is like, why is this man talking to me? That's what he said. He goes, why is that guy talking? And Piers just pretended. So Piers rejected something was happening and then played the thing happening. So Nick Fuentes addresses Danny Finkelstein, who's become a meme now. I've seen a bunch of Danny Finkelstein memes. There's one of a family with their Christmas lights out, and Danny Finkelstein's face pops up with a Santa hat on. He goes, did I mention me mom died in the Holocaust? That's what Piers did. And that's why the Piers Fuentes interview was like classic boomer versus zoomer kind of deal, where it was like Piers just doesn't get how they talk and how they communicate and how they joke. And Piers just thought he could do his old boomer tricks and have it work. It didn't. So Nick decided to address the Danny Finkelstein thing on his show. And here's what's really gross. People like Piers and Danny Finkelstein are now going, now Danny Finkelstein is a victim because everybody's making memes out of him. Motherfucker, you interjected yourself into this shit. I'm tired of that too. I'm tired of these Jewish commentators shit-talking everybody, chastising everybody, guilt-tripping everybody, and then the minute they get called out for being a dick, they go, oh, look, see, that's the anti-Semitism. It's like, you're being an asshole. Danny Finkelstein was being a me cunt. That's what he was doing, interjecting himself into this thing. He got called out for it, and this is what Nick is talking about. The guilt trips don't work on us anymore. All right? They don't. When my grandpa heard my first name, he said I was a goddamn Jew baby. There wasn't exactly any love lost in the greatest generation here in America for Jews. They just weren't as mean as the Nazis were. So Nick Fuentes decides to address the Danny Finkelstein thing, and he did it in his fashion.
Going from not knowing any Jews who play the Holocaust hard to literally featuring Finkelstein was crazy.
Right.
Rose whole family got slimed out personally by Hitler and Stalin. I couldn't believe my ears.
That was crazy. Yeah. Oh, Jews never they don't use that as a get out of jail free card. Oh, my Jewish friend wants to tell you something. Buy my bloody book.
That was the other thing. He kept promoting his book. So the Jewish guy is like trying to guilt Nick Fuentes into like, me mom died, me grandmom's shoes, me grandmom's gold teeth. And then he goes, Nick should buy my book and Nick should read my book. And me mom died in the Holocaust. For $50, I'll send you my book in the mail for Christmas. And it's like, wait a minute. I thought we were supposed to feel bad and guilty. You're trying to make money off your grandma in the Holocaust. We're not.
Me mom died in the Holocaust. Buy my book. That was crazy. That was just so, it's like beyond parody. Here's this 80-year-old guy in his kitchen to bitch about the Holocaust. Shut the fuck up.
By the way, Nick just got a hundo and a 50. Jesus Christ. I would like some of that action. I need to become a groiperette.
That's people are getting to that point where it's like, you know what? We've been hearing the song and dance for 40 years. Our country's going into the shitter. And you get some smug Jew, smug 80-year-old Jew in his kitchen who's going to say.
By the way, the point is here, why Nick is so important is because when you keep saying this stuff and you don't get guilted out of saying it, it enters the Overton window. It becomes okay for other people to say. So you can't get guilted out of legitimate criticism. You can't get criticized or guilt tripped into out of calling people out. So it is important that he says this stuff and says, fuck you, I'm not apologizing. It's really important.
Hey, my parents died in the Holocaust. Get the fuck out of here. We don't care. Enough about Bubby. Bubby escaped. Shut the fuck up.
It's true because, like, none of these fucking people who whine and bitch about something that happened 80 years ago give a fuck about what happens to me, give a fuck about what happens to my family, don't give a shit that people are struggling in the here and now, and don't give a fuck about how my country ends up. So I'm sorry, you can't guilt trip me about shit from 80 years ago. We got shit to do now. We're being fucked over now. You don't care about my shit. I don't care about your shit, and that's totally fine, and that I'd like that to be the way our relationship is. That's the way I want our relationship with Israel to be. Guys, go fucking kill each other. I don't care. I don't want my name on it. I don't want to co-sign it. I don't want to be Mike McDermott backing up Worm with Grandma. Me grandmom. I don't want to be, oh, you vouch for him, then it's on you too, because that's 9/11. It's like Worm doesn't tell Mike McDermott about 9/11. That's our relationship with Israel right now. So I would like you guys can go bitch about the Holocaust all fucking day if you want to. Just don't make me a part of it. And then I'll bitch about my shit all day long, and I don't expect you to be a fucking part of it or give a shit. I don't give a shit about your shit. You don't have to give a shit about my shit. Perfect.
You know, first of all, that happened on another continent in another century.
That's Gen Z, dude. This is Gen Z.
We welcomed you here as refugees. So how about a thank you? That happened in another continent, in another century, perpetrated by a government that we fought a war against, and then we welcomed your ungrateful fucking ass as refugees into our country. So how about some gratitude? Oh, my bubby. Well, you know what? You're fine now. Now you're rich.
You know, a lot of people's bubbies here died in that war too. Well, what's the word for grandpa? A lot of people's grandpas and dads and sons bled the ground red at Normandy Beach. We don't get to use it as a get out of jail free card. We don't get to use it to get people to not criticize America's foreign policy. As a matter of fact, Jews and Europeans will shit on our fucking foreign policy all day long while we protect their stupid asses. We don't get to say, oh, but me grandpa died at Normandy. No, it's still fair to criticize us.
And now you're all rich. So what are you complaining about? Jews are the most wealthy, powerful ethnic group in America, and that is because they fought for the civil rights legislation to free up all these barriers to entry for them. They become wildly successful. So what are we even talking about now? And I love that with Ben Shapiro, it's always the USS Liberty. Well, that was 50 years ago. The Holocaust? That's still a really big deal. Okay, bro. I see how it is. Who cares who killed JFK? That doesn't matter.
He did say that.
So we're just, I cannot even contain my irritation with that.
Well, like Rwandans don't get to use it. Armenians don't get to use it. Fuck, the South Sudanese don't get to use it. And that shit happened to them, what, like 15 years ago? Like in our lifetime, South Sudanese were getting wiped the fuck out. Palestinians are being genocided now and they don't get to bitch about it or Israelis yell at them and shoot their kids. So, yeah, I'm sorry. It's just, you know, in America, we say this about, like, racial shit, too. I'm sorry, but the white guilt bank is out of money. The white guilt bank is out of money. We've got real problems. We need to solve them. And the power structure in this country rubs its hands together and takes more of our money while we fight amongst ourselves. I'm a Democrat. I'm a Republican. Here's 20 more bucks out of each of your pockets. You guys just don't mind me. You keep fighting it out. Ah, that's right. You liberals, you hate those conservatives, and you conservatives, you hate those liberals. And, oh, they might put trans people in your bathrooms. I'll take another 20 out of your pocket. I'll take another 20 out of your pocket, put it in mine, and say I earned it, and it's capitalism. Don't let me interrupt. So, I just, I've had it with the whole thing, and I thought that interview with Piers Morgan, again, I'll say it again. Piers Morgan did the best job out of any interviewer. He held Fuentes' feet to the fire, whereas all these other guys talked shit about Nick before he was there or talked shit about Nick after he was gone, and they didn't press him on anything while he was there. Piers pressed him on shit. I mean, he got his ass kicked, but he took his ass whooping like a man. Joey Caravello at $2 says Johnny had a hot fudge sundae put up his ass at Stoney's bar. It's not true. It's just not true. Don't know why you would say something like that. We are 66 memberships away from 600. Please help out the show, guys. I'd appreciate it. I just hired a new guy. Political Mutt says I'd have white guilt if I was black. Maybe. Wait, what? You'd have white guilt if you were, okay. If you were black. I don't understand. Hobo says Aaron wants to sex Piers Morgan. I don't. That's a rumor. That's a myth. Oh, by the way, did you see that now because Piers Morgan went after Nick Fuentes' dad, people are digging into Piers Morgan's family, and they're finding out that he and his wife have a very interesting relationship? That there's allegations about, Miss Morgan, maybe like some arm candy for Piers. It's the second wife. And that maybe he lets her get away with some things a la Benny Johnson. I mean, this is why you don't talk about people's families. Raz of Chaz with $1 says, I agree, Aaron. That's not what I said. I just want us all to be treated equal. I want Jews to be treated like everybody else. It's not how it works. It's not how it works right now. I just want them treated like everybody else. Guys, thank you very much. Keep hitting like no matter what platform you're on. Keep hitting thumbs up. Keep throwing in those memberships. We appreciate it. YouTube is fucking dead, but Rumble's great. Literally, the amount we've lost on YouTube is over on Rumble and up by about 20. So that's kind of cool. 663 is the number at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and for God's sake, throw in a membership or two and let me know I'm still going to have a show. Now we got Candace Owens going at Tim Pool. Candace triggered Tim the other day because she put Tim in the thumbnail. And by the way, yes, this is the Republican gossip segment. We've got 2 more clips, and then we're done with the Republican gossip segment. And then we're going to talk about how Trump wants AI to be awesome. I want to kill AI, to be honest with you, not Aaron Imholt. And then we've got Glenn Beck's George Washington AI, which I think is one of the funniest things that's ever been created. While you guys are throwing in 10s and 20s and memberships and helping out the show, we're going to keep doing this stuff because we don't beg anymore until the end of the program. But Candace Owens, it's almost like she sets this shit up. She's like an Uber troll. I do think she's gone crazy with the, I'm getting these threats. And I think Candace Owens, I think people are DMing Candace Owens pretending to be like from France and pretending to be from the CIA to fuck with her to see if she'll talk about it on her show. And she is. Because now she's like, I got a thing from a guy. He's in the military and he says France is connected with threatening my life. And then they're in on the Charlie Kirk assassination with Israel and Turning Point. And then their new thing is that a guy's moved into her hometown and that's the assassin that's going to kill her. That's her new thing now. But I think when it comes to the Tim, I think she's off her rocker with that stuff. But with the Tim Pool thing, I really do think she's dog walking this beanie wearing skating hack into crashing out so she can then do the what's wrong? Why are you so emotional type of thing. Because Candace put Tim in the thumbnail and made the title of the show, Who Profited from Charlie Kirk's Death? Now, in fairness, I don't think anyone other than Turning Point has profited off of Charlie Kirk's death more than Candace Owens, but whatever. Tim Pool had an epic crash out over this on his show 2 nights ago, called her an evil cunt and bitch and all this other stuff and was screaming and yelling. What's really bothering Tim is that his numbers are down. His money is down. He used to be getting money from the Russians. He's not getting money from the Russians anymore. And I can say this from experience. When we started this thing out, money was rolling in. We were making way more than we had any business making. It was COVID checks. It was advertisers leaving from radio and coming with us to the internet. And we had like 14 live reads to do a day. It was crazy. And I, as a dumb rookie business owner, spent all that money on my employees. I hired a woman I shouldn't have hired. I paid my second mics way too much. Like, you understand, guys were doing 1 or 2 days a week on this show, and they were getting $1,200 to $1,500 a month. It was way too much. But like, the audience was giving it to us, and we had it from the live reads. We didn't even have a goal back then. We just did hype trains. And like, I thought, well, it'll always be this way. I want to reward these guys for coming with me. I did it, because I wanted to reward the people who, but these were people who were making $200-300 a month at the radio station. They would have been happy with that. And then when all the advertisers went, all right, man, you're not local anymore. The training wheels are off. We're going to go. Or, a couple places went out of business, or we shit talked MyPillow. Then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't afford to pay these people anymore. And instead of crashing out like Tim Pool did, we adjusted. We had to do the goal. We had to do all that stuff. We lost everybody but Johnny, and now we got Oz back. We could probably get Corey back if Corey wanted to. But like, you overextend when you start doing well, thinking you're going to always do well. Tim Pool did that, in my opinion, and now he's crashing out because he's got a kid. The money's not there anymore. The viewership isn't there anymore. They're all choosing Candace and Fuentes, and he's having a really hard time. This shooting thing at his facility apparently did happen. There was a guy that called the Wright Sheriff's Department and confirmed that this did happen to Tim Pool. And so he's probably very frustrated and on edge about that. And now Candace is just twisting the fucking blade. It's brutal.
Power, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which she's doing to me right now.
Yeah, that was the.
I'm done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. Shouldn't give two no one's out for her.
This is Aaron watching a Carl, Haley, or Patrick meltdown. This is me just going, oh, really? That's interesting. But I don't get to you in any way, shape, or form. No, I understand. It's fine.
Lying.
I see so many parallels in this shit because I play these people the same way she plays him, only I do it to like 4 people at once.
About all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my property, and I have to go.
There is nothing better than a guy crashing out thinking they're owning somebody, only to watch the person they're crashing out about just smile and go, oh, Tim. Like, Candace is playing this perfectly.
In the middle of nowhere, and I got strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who try to live there. How the am I even supposed to sell this property?
Don't worry, you don't own it. Oh, sorry, that's not Tim. That's Tim. Sorry, I forgot.
So there's a lot to unpack there. First and foremost, what you are seeing right there is not a display of testosterone. Men that speak to women like this are not tough guys.
No,
okay?
That's another thing. Like, anytime you see a guy like having like, oh yeah, Tim's a man, Tim's a guy. Like, Myron Gaines fans would think that that's what a guy does. Guys don't lose their fucking shit at someone like Candace Owens in that way unless they're upset about something else.
What you are seeing is actually a display of estrogen. Everything he is doing there is somebody who is not a man. He is not tough.
Oh, when we got 5 minutes left to go in the show and I'm missing by, well, like, let's say the amount we're about to be missing by today, Jesus Christ, then that's estrogen. That's me being a bitch. 100%. She's right about that.
And he would never dare to speak to a man like that, right? People that find that very easy. Secondly, Tim Pool doesn't even have the intellect to understand that we put him in the thumbnail because he accused me in a full episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, which we showed and contextualized, of being someone who benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination. So he thinks he's being accused. No, you accused me of that in like a actually, I think it was 2-hour episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, in which Milo defended me and explained that I am not to blame.
Well, now, wait a minute, Candace. Now, this is where I can't take a side on this. I think Candace is handling it way better than Tim Pool is. Anytime you're calm and the other person is throwing a bitch fit, you win. But you do profit off Charlie's death. You don't, like, everyone thinks if you say, oh, they profit off Charlie's death, that's their intention. I don't think her intention is to profit off of Charlie's death, but she ain't donating the money. Like, she's making a shitload of ad revenue and a shitload of membership and super chat revenue off of covering the topic of Charlie Kirk's death. So nobody can be sensitive about this. Anybody who talks about Charlie Kirk, anybody who discusses anything relating to Charlie Kirk, they're profiting off his death. There's nothing wrong with profiting off of someone's death if you can't help it. If it's just something you want to talk about and people want to watch you talk about it. Now, like the way Turning Point USA profits off of Charlie's death, that's another story.
The lame excuses that the feds have given us regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. And
Nova, I don't hate your idea, and I'll think about it after the show.
That if we do need to have some spiritual searching in terms of what the Republican Party has become, that the time for that is now. Okay. So this little...
You guys got to stop with the Republican Party. Like, there's no Republican Party. There's no Republicans, Democrats. It's just, I like, one thing I'm loving about this Republican Civil War is that it's in the wilderness. It's happening in the wild. It's unchained. It's unattached. It's unaffiliated. It's unallied. There's like 5 sides to it. You know? Tim Pool versus Nick versus Tucker versus Candace versus Megyn Kelly, and they're all versus Mark Levin, and they're like, none of them are all the way in with one another. I love that. So don't stop with the future of the Republican Party shit. You sound like Turning Point when you say that kind of stuff.
And I really like, he's a small person for this, a very small person who is also theatrical. Timothy Smollett, who pretends every year like people are trying to kill him. He's a chronic fence sitter, okay?
It's true.
Pretending like he is braving the wilderness for being what the 110,000th person who's making a video about Candace Owens?
I mean, tell me when she's telling lies. That is Tim Pool in a nutshell.
In the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, he thinks he's pioneering that. Are you out of your mind? It's only the safest thing you can do.
Well, he needs viewership. He needs money. Like, he had a kid. He overextended. He built a fucking skate park, for God's sake. And that's when the Russian money was coming in. And you gotta build a baseline for operations. And this is how much it will always cost to do our thing, no matter how much we bring in. Says the guy who just brought another guy in. Those goals are important now.
What's next? Is he going to make a video and call Kanye West anti-Semitic?
Call me N-word. That'll get you some attention.
Like that's what he's pioneering right now. Oh my gosh, so original. Like, is he going to call Donald Trump evil in 2016? This is the storm that he's braving, is jumping on the side of what everyone else is doing. He is a fundamentally weak man for what he did there.
Here we go.
He should apologize. He won't. I don't care what happens to his platform. He's now essentially trying out because he's under financial pressure. He's trying out for a Zionist to pay him, and they will. Okay, they will cut him a check, and I hope it happens for you, Tim. I hope it makes you happy.
That's the other thing. You're going to see more Bibi Netanyahu meetings. You're going to see more Israel coverage by Tim Pool, and he's going to tell you why all these people are anti-Semitic. If Tim Pool's going to survive, if he keeps live streaming, because now he's doing this doom thing where he's going, not where he's suspended for a month. He's doing this doom prediction thing where he's like, December 19th could be our last stream ever. I might not bring back the live streaming. Smart. That'll raise you a couple shekels.
But to do that to someone who has never done anything to you other than disagree with you about the Charlie Kirk narrative, I have not focused my content on you, and any time your name has come up, it has been because you have explicitly been attacking me. You are a coward. You are less than a man. Okay? You are behaving. Your type right there is
Call
like
him
a
bitch.
person
Call him a bitch.
who's having
Call him a
financial
bitch.
issues and yet decides to go out and put 100K on a poker game. And when he loses and is a further 100K in the hole, comes back home and beats his wife and kids.
There's Candace Owens. There she is. I was wondering when she was going to show up. I saw this like Jedi-like lady who's just owning Tim Pool. She even got a little bit of the Princess Leia hair going on. I see her like calmly dissecting Tim Pool. I'm like, where'd Candace Owens go? What's this all about? And then all of a sudden she's like, goes and plays poker, which Tim Pool does. He likes poker. Loses another $100,000 and then comes home and beats his wife. Now that is not actionable because she used it as like a metaphor or a simile. She said, "You're like the guy." It's very smart by Candace. She only wants one lawsuit at a time. She goes, "You're like the guy who loses $100,000 playing poker, then goes home and beats his wife." Oh boy! Now let me go on the record. I don't think Tim Pool beats his wife. I think Tim Pool probably has a gambling problem, talks about poker a lot. I think Tim Pool overextended his business, but I don't think he beats his wife.
And thinks
First of all, Tim Pool's wife could probably kick the shit out of him.
he's a tough guy. That's how you're acting right now. I'm not your wife. I'm not your kids. Get your affairs in order
shit.
and stop blaming me, because I'm actually traversing down the path that hasn't been traveled by standing up and saying that something corrupt happened and Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And I don't care
Oh boy.
about your midterms.
Has Tim Pool responded to that yet? Because I believe that happened yesterday afternoon. And that would give Tim Pool enough time to say something back to Candace Owens about the thing. And oh boy, would that be interesting to watch. Gifted membership from You Need Me More to Chips and Diff. Thank you very much for that one. I appreciate it. And then we got Red Fox Mad with a couple of items for us over on YouTube. Thank you very much, guys. Please and thank you for contributing. Keep passing on those memberships. Throw in a couple Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. You know the deal. I would appreciate it so we don't talk about it. 353 Chop becoming a member for 43 months says, keep up the drama and Tim Pool, F the goal. Are you being sarcastic and saying that we're not making any money covering this stuff? You might be right, but I like it. I'm so good at it. I'm funny when we're doing it. My takes are great. I've been doing this long enough to know when I'm doing a good fucking show. Problem is, you do a good fucking show. You know, what does the audience want? I don't know what they want. Whatever you want, I'll do it very well. But it has to be led by money. And no offense, but gifted memberships, super chats coming in, memberships coming in. That segment did all right. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says Wells Fargo expects more job cuts, will roll out AI gradually in 2026. Who's ready for basic universal income? 15-minute cities prison cell apartments. AI scares the shit out of me, man. I think we should have killed it in its crib. It's bad news, but maybe I've said this before. I feel like I'm like trying to speed run my own, to get to like 80 years old and croak before this whole thing collapses. I don't know, man. I've got a long time to go. $9.99 from Red Fox Mad says, and programmable money CBDC. The rich 1% elite will control your whole life. Everyone will live in a 15-minute big city in a small prison cell apartment. I mean, that sounds dire. That sounds awful and terrible and disgusting. But can I tell the guy he's wrong? I don't know. Would you says Aaron should do a night show on Rumble, 8 p.m. I got to do something different in the evenings. Definitely got to do something different in the evenings. Let's knock out today, though. Call it a win for the toe. Keep going. 65 memberships away from 600. I want to hit that 600 really bad. I'll tell you the truth. No Venmo today. So the next person on Venmo is popping the old cherry. Let's get to work on that. 672 of you checking out the toe right now. Love it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you guys. I appreciate you being here. All right, we gotta let's keep up the payments. Ready to level up your game? AIM Controllers is where custom meets unbeatable value. And right now, it's the best deal of the year. We start with official Sony and Xbox controllers, fully compatible with console and PC. No functionality lost. Then you go wild with custom features, smart bumpers, paddles, grips, stick height, custom buttons, even design your own PS5 snap panels. And here's the part no one else is doing. Lifetime warranty on all modified parts. That's right, lifetime. What company does that? None. Exactly. Just them. Normally, a fully loaded setup could run you $400, but during our one price promo, it's just $209 American or $182 European. No matter how many features you add. Use code RUMBLE at checkout and lock it in at aimcontrollers.com. This is your sign. Go to aimcontrollers.com and build the last controller you'll ever need. Use the code RUMBLE at aimcontrollers.com. Let's have ourselves a day, huh? Let's have ourselves a day, boys and girls. AI. I'm going to be the boomer on the show when it comes to AI. Oh, Lux Ray Luxor says, I would love one of those gifted memberships. Shit, so would I. So would I. Fladrant says, have you ever used an AIM controller, Aaron? Just curious. No, but I need somebody to fucking pay the bills here on the toe. I don't know if you've noticed, but during this Christmas shopping season, we've eventually knocked them all out. But it's, Los Federales with $1 says, Candace is the result of her husband being a beta cuck. This would never happen with Sharia law. Yeah, that's what we should trade it for. What Candace needs is a proper dick down and spit roast. She's going to try to stand up like Bambi and shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Blart Sampson says, eat a stick of Crisco, $1.99. Is that the new eat a bullet? I feel like. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, bring back the strippers for the night show. Savage Thoughts showed us how to get big viewership at night. Ooh, I don't know. I don't think he'd be allowed to do Savage Thoughts anymore. I think that would cause too many problems with the missus if you tried to do Savage Thoughts again. Some men run they house, some men run around they house. Aboliticious with a gifted membership to So-So. And Mommy gifting a membership to Would You. Thank you, guys. Keep passing it along. Keep passing it along. Chad Buzamok says, I thought all the money went to the show. It's Christmas gifts. Hey, wait, what? Wait, what did I say? What did I say? No, I said, you guys, it's shopping time. Not it's Christmas shopping time for me. Don't you try to do to me the wordplay you try to do with Buzamok. I've got a few more synapses firing up here. I'm still in my prime, bitch. I meant for you guys, it's Christmas time. I'm a Jew. I celebrate Hanukkah. I don't buy shit. I'm a Jewish guy. You didn't know that, did you? I hide it well. I hide it. That's why I've grown. You've noticed the top of my hair is getting longer lately. My horns are coming in. At 40, you get your full horns. And I'm trying to hide that from you guys. So, shh, keep it down. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. And definitely, as Bradley says, check out trackdoc.com because they're putting mRNA vax in your food. That's for sure. That's for sure. Anytime I know I'm making Chad Buzamok laugh, I know I'm doing a fine job. Thank you, buddy. And you guys, I love being able to come visit you in the chat. Thank you for all the gifted memberships. Thank you for all the super chats and the Rumble rants and all that stuff. I tell you what, couple more rallies like that, and we're looking good. Oh, shit. I didn't update the membership thing. We're 63 away from 600. Oh, also on YouTube, we could use memberships. We were gone for a week. Or if you're getting rid of your YouTube membership, just make sure you get one on Rumble. That's all. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Off we go. Trump is signing an executive order to prevent AI from being destroyed in its infancy. This administration is going to do more damage than we think it is. He just signed some thing into law, or signed an executive order, which I don't think should hold. It's an executive order that says that states can't regulate AI. That, like, if AI is coming to your state, you can't regulate the businesses or the people who set it up or anything. That's fucked up, dude. That should not, the federal government should not be allowed to tell states they can't regulate shit. He said there must be only one rule book if we are going to continue to lead in AI. We are beating all countries at this point in the race. Boy, it's almost like Donald Trump is like cheering for things that will destroy American jobs. AI, H-1B visas, bad monetary policy, not releasing the jobs report, not releasing the inflation report. I mean, it's almost like this guy, I hope he's not doing his best, because if he's doing his best is speed running our death. We are beating all countries in this race, but won't last long if we are going to have 50 states, many of them bad actors, i.e. they don't like him, involved in rules and the approval process. Yeah, fuck you, 10th Amendment. I believe that's the message behind this Truth Social post, is that the 10th Amendment can suck President Trump's dick. There can be no doubt about this. AI will be destroyed in its infancy. Then humanity will survive. I will be doing a one rule executive order this week. You can't expect a company to get 50 approvals every time they want to do something. That will never work. Yeah, I mean, especially when they're trying to essentially replace humanity. I mean, we can't fuck around on this one. If they're going to replace humanity, we got to let them do it right away. Can't have 50 people looking out, deciding if this is what's best for people. That would be shit. Founding fathers, my aching ass. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye says, Candace does have a smaller set of chins, and you have bigger breasts, but at least you're not a black or a woman. That's really fucking racist. Really racist. By the way, somebody's seconding Hobo as a co-host. I've said before, I am down for Hobo as a co-host. I just have to talk to him beforehand, because I ain't going to jail over Hobo chili recipe. So I just need to talk to him. If I can talk to Hobo privately, if Hobo would agree to it, I would say right now we hit today's goal and tonight's goal. Hobo as a co-host on the evening show. I'd need him more on the evening show. I can't have Hobo as a co-host on the morning show because that one's doing fine. I gotta have Hobo because Hobo's a draw. And I'd have to have Hobo somewhere where he's needed, where he would have an impact. I don't think he'd have much of an impact on the morning, but he'd have a huge impact on the evening show. Root says Aaron would never bring a talented person like Hobo on the show because he knows he would be outshone. That sounds to me like 100% pure, unadulterated cope. Buzamok says, Hobo, do it. Here's the deal. We hit today and tonight. I have Hobo on as a guest host on the following evening show. But I here's the only stipulation. I got to talk to Hobo beforehand, and we got to agree on some terms. That's all. If this was a year from now, I'd say, fuck it. No holds barred. Let's go nuts. And do you think we should do Rumble only with Hobo? I think we should. Because I feel like then he could be free, you know? Mommy says, I would stay up to watch the evening show, even though I'm normally fast asleep. Yeah, I mean, I would make the deal 100%. And it would all be based on, you know, the vote of the people. If people paid for it, then they want Hobo. If they don't want Hobo. Hobo says, what the fuck are you talking about? Draw what? I'm here with the rest of the people at the chat. I'm just a lonely servant. You're a draw, man. Why am I complimenting you? You should have a little fucking confidence in yourself. The people want Hobo. Anyway, 63 memberships away from 600. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. 669 is the number today. Look at that. We came back to YouTube. We didn't even hit 700. Fucking platforms holding us back, man. You go Rumble only, they throw you up in the algorithm more because you got like 800 people watching you at a time. Fucking YouTube is dead. All right. Let's do speaking of AI, let's do the Glenn Beck AI thing. Glenn Beck created an AI George Washington. And I don't know, this has got to be the sign of some sort of mental defect or some kind of, I don't want to use the word narcissism because people don't know what it means and it's so overused, it's hack, but like some kind of God complex that Glenn Beck has because he created an AI George Washington, which you can tell, like me, Glenn Beck came from the morning radio show world. That is such a morning radio thing to do. He created an AI George Washington. And I want you guys to tell me who AI George Washington sounds like. This is such a terrible idea. Glenn created AI George Washington, interviewed him. Now, Glenn claims that this AI George Washington was programmed using all the information we have about George Washington. Now, I know this isn't true because George's first answer would have been like, have we gotten rid of the engines yet? And can one of your blacks bring me a cool drink? He didn't say any of that. First thing George Washington would say is, what the fuck is his t-shirt? I don't understand this. What is a t-shirt? I shouldn't even know what t-shirt is. So this is Glenn Beck talking to AI George Washington. Tell me who you think AI George Washington sounds like.
We have programmed a lot of information and given you a lot of information on what's going on.
George Washington isn't wearing his general's outfit. He isn't wearing a suit and tie. It's just George Washington in a black t-shirt looking like Steve Jobs, like buff Steve Jobs. He looks like Super Macho Man from Punch-Out. But okay, I'll play along. This is Glenn Beck's homoerotic idea of what George Washington looks like in AI.
Today's America. Based on your writings and the writings of the rest of the founders, what is it that you feel is the biggest problem or where we should start to fix things?
If I may speak plainly, my countrymen, the danger, the greatest danger to our republic lies not in foreign arms or political faction, but in the decay...
May I just interrupt you for a second? Could you just dumb it down just a little bit?
Okay.
Oh, we had to be wacky with it. We had to dumb it down. Okay. Now, as he buffers and he speaks in today's English, you tell me who Glenn Beck's AI George Washington sounds like.
I do have 29 points, and they're all referenced to exactly what we said in the past.
For this, just speak in today's language.
Okay, I get it. Let me speak to Americans. If I'm honest...
It's fucking gay, dude.
America's biggest problem isn't political or economic. It's all moral. You've drifted from the virtues that make liberty possible in the first place. Freedom. To be free, you have to have discipline, you have to have faith, you have to have character. And if you don't have any of those things, laws can't stop anything, and they mean little. Government turns either weak or oppressive. You have grown skeptical of truth. You're reckless with debt. You're comfortable blaming instead of building anything. And in my time, we understood that self-governance begins with self-control.
Who does this sound like?
Do you even recognize what self-control is? Public virtue matters more than public opinion.
Does Glenn know how cringe this is? Does he know how awful? This is why you shouldn't have a problem with AI dying. It's terrible. Look at this. This sounds like Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck created an AI George Washington, and you're not going to believe this, guys. The AI George Washington agrees with everything Glenn Beck says. Glenn Beck is George Washington. Oh, my God.
You keep electing these people, expecting things to change, but you haven't changed. The fix is not going to be found in Washington, D.C. It's going to be found in every home, every school, every heart.
Come on. Say the N-word, pussy.
You know, where are the citizens who value duty over comfort, principle over popularity? America was built to be a moral and self-governing nation. It's only that foundation that will still save her.
All he needed was a fucking whiteboard behind him and a bunch of drawings and doodlings, lines connecting different groups, and he's Glenn Beck. Please don't make AI George Washington a regular thing. Please don't ever do that again. I hope that clip right there alone convinced our entire audience that AI is a terrible idea and we need to walk it back. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, so Aaron, you're saying Matt used a bondage posture collars for sex? Does he have a leash that his wife pulls on while Matt sucks her clit? Jesus Christ. Where do you people get this shit from? Where do you get it from? My God. Thank you, Red Fox Mad, for the $5. $2 from Kyler says, brother, you got to dump YouTube. Your show is meant for Rumble. I like the idea of YouTube being there for re-uploads and shorts or other revenue. So you do so good on Rumble, man. Well, look, man, you know me. I follow the money. So I say, look, man, hit it on Rumble and I'll fucking ditch YouTube, or we'll do members only YouTube streams. And then we'll do mostly on Rumble. I mean, but I gotta look, guys, I gotta follow the money. That's all. That's why we stopped doing the rattle the cans in the middle of the show, is because I want to strike a balance between the really awesome show we do, and the can rattling takes away from that, and also being able to, you know, do our thing. So you guys go, Aaron, you should do this. Aaron, you should do that. Bro, I follow my sniffer. My big Jewish sniffer follows that cash, and I'll go right where you guys say so. You throw the cash in there. So here is where we go. That's where I follow it. That's how we ended up with Rumble being our primary place to go. That's where the money was. So I went there. The cleaner says, George is right, Aaron. Look at your tits. You're the example of a lack of self-control. You understand, I go to the gym 3 or 4 times to keep this up. To keep this build up, I go to the gym 3 or 4 times a week so I can look like that. You want a lack of self-control, brother? You don't know the half of it. I went grocery shopping today. Or yesterday, I'm sorry. I went grocery shopping yesterday, and I was like, I'm going to pick out a snack or two to have in the cupboard. That I got Pub Mix, aged cheddar Gardettos, and bold Chex Mix, big bags of them. Those are 3 incredibly salty, terrible for you snacks. Self-control problem? Brother. Roots Calhoun says he should have been vaping huge clouds and had an American flag tattoo. That would have been great. Boozmock says, Rumble app is garbage, though. I'm actually giving you 2 views. I have YouTube because it doesn't pause or buffer every minute or so, and Rumble open for the chat. See, that's not a bad idea. But you do understand Buzmak, that every time we get a strike on YouTube, our viewership goes down. They strangle the reach. Like it's good that I came back today to prove the point that like YouTube doesn't want a show like this around. I mean, they're making room for, they keep, they want to make room for Paramount, essentially. Need Trump becoming a member for 42 months, says, you're back. Keep fighting. I mean, give me something to fight for. Thank you very much for the membership. I appreciate it. Like I said, we follow the money, so thank you. That membership does say something. Keep it going, guys. 63 memberships on Rumble, away from 600, and I want that 600, boy. I want that 600. Let's go and talk about our friends at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Stoney's, of course, it's, what is it? I forgot what day it was. It froze me for a second. Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Tomorrow, they've got 250 cans, 250 pounders at Stoney's tomorrow night. Then on the weekends, they got live music on the Fireball stage. Great Purple Game Day specials for the Vikings games because we're rallying now. We're going to win out. We're going 9-8 this year, baby. J.J. McCarthy is the truth. Celebrate that truth at Stoney's in downtown Rockville and get one of those ultimate Bloody Marys to start your day. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go see Cheetos and the crew today. Don't call it White Power Wednesday. I know you guys call it White Power Wednesday. Cheetos calls it White Power Wednesday. It's not White Power Wednesday. It's not what it is. Also, Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. Midland Armory and Oz are going to be at Freeport this weekend, right off 94 at the gun show there in Freeport. Go check them out. Go say hi to Derek and Tracy and ask them about everything they've got there at Midland Armory and what works best for you. Knives, optics, parts and gear, hunting, personal protection, carry, whatever. Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. Visit Midland Armory today. And then, of course, All Care Towing. Holy shit, did it snow yesterday? Oh, my good God almighty. It's going to be slippery. It's going to be snowy. It's going to be terrible. People are going to drive like tards. And when they do that, you might go in the ditch. You might suffer the consequences. And if you do, talk to our friends at All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our pals at All Care. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, did you know Johnny admitted to breaking into your home and making out with you in your sleep in an effort to give you MS? I didn't know that. I didn't know that, and I don't like it. It upsets me greatly. Did you guys know Ohio is now, this is another interesting thing about all the Somali fraud they're finding in Minnesota. So other states are starting to dig in to what's going on in their state, and they're finding out that, surprise, surprise, Somalis there are ripping off the welfare system. Maine has found hundreds of thousands of dollars so far, maybe up to $1 million. Now, Maine's a smaller state than we are, so $1 million goes a long way there. Ohio has now exposed an EBT grocery restaurant fraud ring by Somalis. So this is starting to become kind of a regular thing, you know, and it makes sense because why would it just be the ones that are here in Minnesota? But you know, it's interesting because Tim Walz told me, and that guy never lies. Tim Walz told me that the only reason that the Somalis do that is because Minnesota is such a generous welfare state. Now, I don't know. I've looked at Ohio. I've looked at Maine. Neither of them are as generous as Minnesota is when it comes to welfare. So it's almost like that could be a bunch of bullshit. Let's see what's going on in Ohio.
The Somalians have it figured out in Columbus. I went to the Walmart on Georgesville to see if I could see people filling their carts or just kind of see what I could see. It's not the way they do it. They've got it.
That's a little fucked up, though, isn't it? I got to call this guy out a little. You just went to the Walmart to spy on Somali people? It's a little fucked up, bro. It's a little weird to just go, I went to Walmart to go stare at Somalis. All right, let's find a different way to do this. Maybe gather some data, you know, some spreadsheets. I don't know if, like, are you going undercover? Are you wearing a, like, if this guy's wearing a burqa and he's got, like, the eye slits cut out just so we can go look at Somalis, like shitting in the aisles just to fit in. Like, that's going to be a little creepy. But it is interesting that people are like, I got to look into this too. I got to see if that Minnesota shit's going on here.
See what I could see. It's not the way they do it. They've got it figured out way better than that. Every single Somali restaurant has a grocery store right next door or within eyeshot of the restaurant. The specific one I went into today had it attached to the restaurant. And wow, what an adventure that was. Stay tuned for more on that. And
we have that here, by the way. We have like some, like they're not like full-blown grocery stores, but they look like kind of convenience stores. And attached to that is like a little deli, like a little diner kind of a thing that they have. That's normal. I didn't think that was like a fraud thing. Let's hear them out.
anyways, the grocery store and the restaurant were the same building. So they don't have to go to a Walmart or a Sam's Club or a Costco necessarily. They can just order everything they need to their grocery store that's right next to or attached to the restaurant that they also own and never have to fill a single cart. And I guarantee you, if you looked at the records of those grocery stores, they lose tons of money every year, and it's probably used as a tax write-off because those groceries are being funneled into those restaurants.
Well, okay, we're making a lot of assumptions here. I mean, that might be true, but you're not bringing me like solid evidence of fraud. Like, this is child's play. Like that's dirty business. Like, unless, I mean, he says there's an EBT link up here. Okay, if they're using tax dollars and we get the tax dollars angle of it, that's fine. Then you might have something here. But if you're just going, oh, the restaurant's using the grocery store and then the restaurant will report losses, that's just business. I mean, that's some white people shit.
With a daycare center on the opposite side. And that's the common trend you'll see. There's restaurants, grocery stores, and daycare centers. And also home health care businesses.
Oh, shit. That was Minnesota. That's the fraud. Oh, fuck. We had a daycare scandal. We had a Medicaid Oh, shit. He's right. We had an EBT scandal where people were buying EBT for pennies on the dollar, then turning them into the government. Oh, no. It's the same wherever you go.
Can't forget the home health care businesses.
Oh,
shit. Nakia was absolutely right. And the reason for the daycare centers, I found out while I was at Walmart. 3/4 of the workers I saw working in Walmart, especially the cashiers, were Somali women. You got to figure if you have 2 or 3 wives that you don't have to claim, these women...
2 or 3 wives that you don't have to claim. I love the leaps this guy is making because he might still be right.
Can go work at Walmart full-time for $15 an hour and still qualify for food stamps as long as they have a couple kids, which you can guarantee you they at least have 2 kids. Jeez. Hell, they average 7. Or same story as working.
Fuck, I'm behind on my race. Is that true? The Somalis have on average 7 kids?
And as a home health care aide, they have most definitely figured out the system and how to take advantage of it. And Columbus doesn't break down its numbers like Minnesota, but if anything like the...
Fuck you, bro.
88% of the Somali community.
Ohio. You whiny fucking accents. You sound like Pennsylvania cunts. Shut up.
Is on social service.
Oh, we're going to talk like this with our lazy mouths in Ohio, and we're not going to be Southern, but we're not going to be Northern. Fuck you, you lazy-tongued twat.
This is in Columbus.
Sorry, he attacked me.
I can only imagine how deep the fraud is. So I'm changing tactics and going back up Monday, and I have a couple ideas to see if I can't sniff a few things out.
All right, wait a minute. Okay, this guy, all right, I appreciate the investigations that he's engaged in. I appreciate that this guy is trying to find answers. I like that he's a little bit of a curious George. But, bro, can you chill out a little bit? It sounds like you're about to put on that burqa and start really going deep undercover. Just don't lose yourself. That's all I'm saying. Don't Donnie Brasco yourself. Red Fox Mad with another $5. Thank you, buddy. Says, word of the day, having your partner shave your pubic hair can be a sensual bonding experience, often leading to intimacy. Thank you, Red Fox Mad. Appreciate that. Hey, fuck you guys. He's the only guy throwing in any cash at the moment. What are you going to do? Sorry, and Joey Caravello. 63 memberships away from 600 on Rumble. Help out, please. Das Optic Nerve says, best thing to come out of Ohio was Devo. You know what? I think we got to keep up with that fucking guy because that guy is definitely going to be doing some wild undercover shit in the future. Ivana Tinkle says he lives below the I-70 line. Below I-70, it's Hicksville. North of I-70, we're normal. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm glad, glad we can get you guys doing some investigative shit too. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, wow, never saw this shit coming, but YouTube just cut off. I said, fuck it, and went to Rumble. YouTube is still working as far as I know. Yeah. 642 of you checking out the show. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Help us win. That would be nice. Yeah, YouTube is still running as far as I know. Is that Somalis having 7 kids on average thing? That can't be real. How many kids do American Somalis have on average? That's, what is the average number of children per family in Somalia? Okay, that's in Somalia, though. I need to know here. Largest Somali diaspora, 5 things to know about the Somali community. Somali versus American family size in 2025. Average family size, 3.2. America, 3.16. Otherwise, this thing here says, what is the average number of children per family in Somalia? Total fertility rate. Children per women data was reported at 6.3 per person in 2021. This records a decrease from 6.4 in 2020. I mean, that, yeah. Okay, so in Somalia, they have at least 6 kids on average. Joey Caravello with $2. Thank you, pal. Says, Aaron, awful Catholic. You have like, what, 3 kids? You need to have at least 5 more. I know those old central Minnesota Catholic families used to have a shitload of kids. You're right. I'm not doing my part. I mean, I've had 3. I've replaced myself, their mom, and then added 1. Like, I mean, one thing you got to get, you can criticize me for a lot of shit. I've had enough white babies, my man. I'm doing my best. I have had, some people would argue I've had, as far as my bloodline goes, too many white babies. Some people would say we're upset at how many babies Aaron's had because it's him. So really, once again, I feel like I can't win either way. Chad Buzamok says, I thought it was 3/5, not 3.2. No, the 3/5 rule is not existent in America for quite some time now. All right? It was a problem, right? Helped start a war. So the 3/5 thing, looking back on the 3/5 thing, it's probably a bad compromise. All right, guys, do me a favor. Rally up a little bit. Let's see some memberships come in and shit like that. Although I will say about today, it's showing me that there might not be much of a reason to keep YouTube around because we do so well on Rumble. We might just do members only on YouTube from now on. It holds us back. This is maybe my favorite story of that. I always have my personal favorites, but I want to find a video version of this. A high school in California had a bunch of students get together. This has got to be The Guardian, CBS. No. I need a video story of this one. Where's like the local ABC affiliate on this shit? CBS News isn't going to have, maybe I spoke too soon. CBS might have a video. Yes, we have it. Unfortunately, CBS News runs like old people fuck, slow and sloppy because they're one of these old dinosaur places. And they just load up their website with ads and make it almost non-navigable. While we do this story, show your support for the show by throwing ungodly amounts of money at us. That would be fantastic because that's how we run. But some Bay Area kids decided to have a little fun in school. And a few people thought that it wasn't that much fun. I just squeaked. Money for my squeaks.
Into an anti-Semitic incident involving its students. A group of them apparently laid down on the football field to make a human swastika.
And let me ask you a question. Is there any better kind of swastika?
Snapped a picture of that, and it ended up online. It happened at Branham High School last week.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. These are Gen Z, right? Who are they hurting? Who gives a shit? If they had made a hammer and sickle, they would have been fine. It's the same shit. Me mom died. That should be the new thing for the anytime someone does a swastika thing or anything. Me grandmom, buy me book. Me grandmom was turned into shoes. So these high school kids are being silly. They're being dumb. And they do a swastika picture. All right, cool. Don't give it any attention. Don't punish them. Don't suspend them. Don't anything. Roll your eyes. Dumb kids being kids. Nobody got hurt. Oh, but it offended Jewish people. Oh, I forgot. We have to stop the fucking world when that happens. Who fucking cares? They're not starting the Fourth Reich. All right? They're fucking around on a football field.
At least 8 students seem to be involved in that post on social media.
Oh, that's fun. 8 students seem to be involved. I can beat that swastika in 6 people. That's what we got. You can make a game out of it. 8 people for a swastika? What do you need? Hold on. Let me see. Let me draw this out. You guys gift memberships and shit. I'm going to draw out how many people you need to make a decent human swastika. At least 2 people down, 1 person over, 1 person over, 1 person up, 1 person down. Oh, no, I fucked that up. Okay, got to start with a cross. 1 person, 2 people down, 2 people over, 1 person up, 1 person over, 1 person up. Whoops, 1 person down. I hate it when I don't draw a proper swastika. 1 person over. All right, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, fuck yeah, you need 8 people for a decent swastika. Hold on, let me see what I can do. No, because otherwise you'd have to have people lying across each other. That would be pornographic. 1 person here, 1 person lying across them, 1 person over, 1 person over, 1 person over, 1 person over. So you could do one if you have 2 people lying across each other. You could do it in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The least amount of people you could make a human swastika with would be 6 people. But yes, in order to do a good, like, grand, really awesome swastika, you need 8 people. So I can't criticize these kids too much. They nailed it. By the way, big up yourself if you were drawing them with me. That's called audience participation.
Which included not just the photo, but an anti-Semitic quote from Adolf Hitler. There has been...
When did he ever say anything anti-Semitic? God, talk about cherry picking.
Serious outrage from the district and the surrounding community. Our Amanda Harry talked to members of the San Jose Jewish community about how it's affecting them.
Me grandmom was in the Holocaust. Me grandmom. Buy me book. Well, what if Danny Finkelstein found his way into this interview? Wouldn't that be something? If the Jewish community in that area was being honest, they would go, we don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. It's a bunch of dipshit kids being retards. It was 80 years ago. They don't understand Nazism and World War II and like the impact of it. Because you got to remember, like my generation, our grandfathers who fought in World War II were alive. We knew them. We talked to them. None of these kids now know anybody who was in World War II. They don't know it. All those people they're fucking dead. All right. They don't remember the home front. They don't remember the war. They don't remember any of that shit. Like the youngest person who can remember World War II is 85 to 86 years old. And there aren't many of those people still kicking around. So please.
Honestly, my immediate reaction was...
I'm being attacked. I'm being struck. I'm being violated. Kill a Palestinian child and sacrifice it. We need to be made whole again.
A great fear.
News of a group of San Jose teens forming what's been described as a human swastika
has rippled through the community. Police are investigating.
Don't have a lot to do in that part of town, do you? It's rippling through your community. It made me feel great fear. What are the teenagers going to go beat you up? Fucking hell. You don't feel great fear. This is a chance for you to get sympathy. I'm fucking tired of it.
What was reported as a hate crime. And Mickey Weiss is trying to navigate how to help her.
Could you keep your head down, please? When your head goes up, I look in and it's like I see into the abyss.
13. We had a long conversation with.
Let me guess, about the Holocaust. You told him about the shoes.
Our sophomore the entire weekend.
Oh.
And as much as I try not to scare him off, I want him.
You're a Jewish mother, so you did. And you were probably overbearing, I'm guessing. You talked to him the whole weekend about this? Let me tell you something. Your 16-year-old Jewish son was probably walking away from you throughout the weekend because you go, I'd like to talk to you about the Holocaust in mein Bubi. And you went, I want to go out with my friends, Mom. I'd like to go out with my friend. Yeah, Holocaust bad. Got it.
To be prepared that things like that can happen because this is the reality we're living in.
Meanwhile, she looked at his notebook from school and he's doodling swastikas in it because they don't fucking care at that age.
Weiss is Jewish and never.
No way, you don't say. Well, that just mind blown.
Imagined having to talk to her son about this symbol appearing in his school district nearly a century after it became synonymous with hate, anti-Semitism, and racism.
Right, that's kind of our point. It was 100 years ago. All right? Nobody in America freaks out when they see a picture of Warren Harding anymore. The Depression's coming back. Or not Warren Harding. Hoover. Nobody sees Herbert Hoover and goes, oh my God, the Hoovervilles.
During the Holocaust.
The ignorance is overwhelming. Students are not properly educated in the school system.
One thing we never talk about anymore is the fucking Holocaust. We never fucking talk about it anymore. You know what? Maybe this lady will tell us about it. That'd be great. I've never heard about it before. How much does a Holocaust? I've never heard of what this is. Could you inform me every time you're pissed off about something?
In our high school district specifically, there's no end to what might happen.
Weiss's son.
Oh, God. You're like the most protected group in our country. Blacks are jealous of the special treatment you get. But some kids were being silly on a football field, so now Auschwitz is opening back up.
To Lee High School. The incident happened at Branham, but Tali Klima with the Bay Area Jewish Coalition says the shock and disgust is far-reaching.
I know, you guys are mad about it. You guys are really scared and upset. You know who's really scared and upset? Palestinians. We don't fucking care, though, do we?
This is reverberated far beyond just the student community of Branham High School. It's, it's the parents, it's the entire San Jose community, and this has gone, throughout the Bay Area and the Jewish community.
They're shit posting on Instagram. Fucking hell, get a hold of yourself. Jesus. Oh, I'm sorry, you killed him. Moach, or whatever the fuck. Challah bread.
Community, throughout California, really.
The students posted the photo of the human swastika to social media with a quote from Adolf Hitler. While Maya
What was the quote? And why is White Medea down here?
Nikki, also with the coalition, says it's disappointing. She's not shocked.
Since November 2023, I have helped resolve over 500 incidents of anti-Semitism in K-12 schools only.
Bronicky says over.
Why? That's because every time someone says boo Jew, it's anti-Semitism. Someone said, hey, you guys are genociding Palestinians. Wow. Can't believe the anti-Semitism that's in here. That's another instance. Count it.
For the past 2 years, as the Israel-Gaza conflict continues, more people have become.
It's amazing that this group of people can literally commit a fucking genocide and then play the victim in their own fucking genocide. It's amazing. Like, it's amazing the monopoly they've got on genocide. One's committed against them. We got to hear about it for 80 years. They commit one. We have to hear about how hard it is on them. It's remarkable.
Afraid to identify as Jewish.
We already have kids who are telling us it's too hard to be Jewish. Mom, I don't want to say for people to know.
Then convert to Catholicism and become a fucking proper Westerner. Easy solution. I don't want to say I'm Jewish. Neither do I, brother. Welcome to the Catholic Church. We got a few problems of our own, but you know, if I can just convince the Pope we should burn those priests at the stake, we're going to be fine.
That I'm Jewish.
Bronicky wants to see more education on the history of Judaism in school.
Oh, God, fucking damn it. If I would have known that this story was going to make me want to hang myself, I never would have picked it for today's show. I think all of those kids should have to go to Auschwitz, not to tour it, but to be gassed for making a swastika on Instagram.
And the Branham High School principal says they're going to do just that.
Oh, good.
Branham is implementing multiple educational approaches to help students understand the history of the Holocaust.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh, my goodness. I am so happy that you're doing this. That is so important.
And the impact of hate symbols, hate speech, and anti-Semitism.
Oh, God. You know what? I think you should have 1 hour of school a day dedicated to it. I mean, just a little bit is not enough. I mean, never again. I can't. I fucking can't. Oh, my God. Hostile Soldier says, if you don't want to be part of the nations, then why do you have so much say about what those nations do? Well, because they have to make sure that there's no anti-Semitism going on. $5 from Lab Glass says, here's a $5 holla. Oh, don't say holla. That's a little too close. Take it easy. Take it easy. I don't want you guys... Hopo. Okay. Hopo. I can't read that, but it made me legit laugh. Root says, what is a Jewish Karen called? Chat, that sounds like a job for you. What is a Jewish Karen called? Chad Buzmak says, every time someone sneezes, they count it as one. Achoo. What did you say? That's anti-Semitism. Write it. Honestly, I see like these Jewish women in San Diego as Chris Jericho with his fucking clipboard. He's like, did you sneeze? They've got the book of anti-Semitism. Did you sneeze? Did you say achoo? Did you? You just made the list. They write them down. Oh, my God. I think those women are just mad that because of their background, they grow a beard like Rip Van Winkle by the time they're 60. It's not important. It's not important. I just, you know what? Look, I'm really... Sam Show, Roots asked, what do you call a Jewish Karen? Sam Show, I can't say that word, but I don't... Let's just say it also starts with K. I don't think... I can check with Roots, but I don't think that's what he meant. You should call a Jewish Karen. Roots, can we check with the judges on that one? On what do you call a Jewish Karen? Because I don't think that's what you meant. Hostile Soldier says Barry Weiss. Oh, that, you know what? That's not a bad one. Could be Barry Weiss. It was so innocent too. Like he just threw it out there so flippantly, so earnestly. Is that what we call it? I don't think so. 638 is the number right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and for God's sake, throw in some memberships. Take a little something out for the toe. Let's talk about Augusta Gold. Did you know the biggest threat to your retirement is something that's not talked about, especially not talked about often? It's our increased longevity in America. It means default retirement accounts like IRAs, 401ks, and TSPs may not suffice. If you have over $100,000 in your retirement account, Get instant access to a free 2-minute report from Augusta Precious Metals that reveals the one step you can take to secure your financial future. Text SAFE, S-A-F-E, to 35052 today for Augusta Precious Metals. That's SAFE to 35052 today. Thank you, Augusta Gold. Your guys' turn. Go nuts. Gift a lot of memberships. You know, you can gift more than one. You can throw something into Venmo, something into PayPal. In fact, nothing in the Venmo so far today. Pop that fucking cherry. I want to hear a Winged Hussars drop today. Let's knock it out and call it a win for the toe. What do you say? Did Roots rule on whether or not? Roots says that Sam Show's idea has been approved. Okay, it's approved. That's what you can call a Jewish Karen. Buzamok says you need to move the barcode to the other side. And you know what, Buzamok? I'm sure there's a way I can do that. And I will work on that for next time. I'll get it figured out. Okay, this is what happens when you get too political if you're a sports guy. Buzamok says this sounds like begging. Nothing gets past you. When we get within an hour and the number isn't looking good, it's not quite begging. You know what we're going to call it? Leaning. That's what I would call it. We're going to call it leaning. But we did get back to a perfect week this week, which is awesome. Hey, it's me. You love me. My show's great. Hey. I have way more viewers than most people who fucking talk about me, but it's the money thing. Can't figure it out. Go nuts. We got this. We only got we've only got one more full week left in the year after this week. Next week is our last full week. It's going to be Christmas week. We're going to do Monday, Tuesday morning. We're going to do Monday morning and evening. Tuesday morning, no Tuesday evening. And then we're going to come back for Rumble Friday. We're going to do my birthday show on the 23rd, which you guys are going to go nuts. I think we should. I think I should be like Tim Pool. I should end my show if we have a birthday show and I make no money. I should be like, all right, that's a sign. They don't want you anymore. But then I'm kidding. The next week, we're going to do Monday morning, Monday evening, Tuesday morning, Tuesday evening, and Wednesday morning. And then we're going to do Rumble Friday. That's what we're going to do for the Christmas and New Year's spectacular. Sound good? Go nuts. So this Clay Travis guy, look, I'm a big sports fan. We have a lot of sports people who watch this show. Clay Travis is a sports guy, but I don't watch him because he's one of these sports guys who thought he'd become a political commentator. And I get it. Like a lot of these political podcasters and shit are so fucking dreadful that it looks easy and like anybody can do it. I mean, shit, Tim Pool exists. So this Clay Travis was like, he jumped on the anti-woke bandwagon a while back. Here's the problem. When you're a sports guy, you're kind of a dope. You're kind of a big dumb dipshit. And you kind of over-focus. And it's probably comes from watching ESPN all day as a kid, where they hyper-focus on one topic all fucking day, like 24-hour news. So when these sports guys start thinking about politics, especially when they start thinking about DEI or woke or shit like that, they become a hammer. The whole world becomes a DEI nail. Clay Travis, who might be one of the dumbest examples of the sports to politics pipeline, looked at the college football selection committee's playoff bracket, and he came up with what I have to say might be the dumbest fucking sports take of all time.
James Madison and Tulane being included in the college football playoff is college football's version of DEI.
12 teams get into the college football playoffs. I believe James Madison and Tulane, correct me if I'm wrong, are both undefeated. It's not like they don't belong there. But instead, what he thinks is we should take an SEC, like the 6th place SEC team or the 5th place Big Ten team who lost 2 or 3 games that year, and we should let them in the playoffs. But these schools that go 12-0, that's DEI. Hey, Clay Travis, dipshit, retard, homo. You understand that The NFL does this same thing. The NFL must be worse DEI than college football is, because the more games you win in football, it doesn't matter who you play, you go into the playoffs. The Vikings have had a way tougher schedule than the Patriots. We don't get any credit for it, nor should we. So he's like, Tulane's 12-0, but this team's 11-2, and they had a tougher schedule than Tulane. That's DEI. All right, well then every professional sport is DEI. This is why these sports guys got to stay the fuck out of politics, because they barely know what they're talking about when they talk about sports. Now they start talking about DEI in politics, they're even dumber.
Didn't earn it. No reason whatsoever when the goal is to be.
Hey, sir, we don't say that word until 10:25. We can't say that word for another 33 minutes on this show. And by the way, Need Trump, thank you for the $20. That makes it a lot easier. Rally up. You know what to do. Don't say goal.
Be a meritocracy and award the teams that are the best. If you're going to tell me the whole purpose of the college football playoff is to award the best teams,
right,
there is no world in which James Madison or Tulane could win a national championship.
This is the problem with Shorts. I've decided that this is Shorts. By the way, nice to see that he uses Opus as well. The problem with Shorts is all it does is encourage dipshit, shallow, hot take culture. And now I have to decide what I'm going to use as a short today. But the whole idea of now I'm thinking of how I can make this a short, and it's totally see, it fucks you up. The whole idea of this hot take culture of college football, how do I tie that in with DEI? I put it in with a hashtag, and that's going to give me a lot of likes and hits. Clay Travis is a dummy. And that's coming from a guy who probably agrees with him politically on a lot of stuff. But this is just a fucking reach.
They didn't earn it. This is DEI brought to college football.
It's not. It's a decision by a panel to put 12 teams in the playoffs. And no matter what 12 teams they put in the playoffs, you would have bitched. This is not. Stop trying to make this stop trying to make fetch happen.
It should be kicked to the curb. The goal should be to reward the best teams, period.
But they're undefeated. How can you get better than that? Nobody could beat them. Shoot till you miss. Oh, but this 3-loss team, their schedule was tougher. Hey, the Chiefs aren't going to get that benefit of the doubt when they don't make the playoffs this year. It's going to go to a team with a better record.
If Tulane and James Madison can get into the top 16.
What do you hate the Founding Fathers now, bro?
Or they can get into the top 24. More power to them. They earned it. They're not 2 of the 12 best teams in college football. If you want to be angry, Notre Dame and BYU should be angry at Tulane and James Madison. And
what? This guy's an idiot. Should be angry at Tulane and James Madison for winning all of their games. And then what does Notre Dame do? They throw a pissy fit and they don't accept any bowl games. Clay Travis is stupid. Guys, you know what? You were right. Those of you who are not sports fans, you're right. Don't watch sports. It's bad for you. It's all retarded. Hold on a second. Tulane. Well, I wrote Rulane. Tulane football record. They are 11-2 overall in the AAC. All right, now let's go James Madison football record. James Madison football record. They are 12-1, 8-0 in their conference in the SBC. All right, let's take a look at who James Madison lost to this year. James Madison lost to Louisville, who's a Power 5 conference team, and then kicked the living dog shit out of everybody else. Cool. Put them in there. Let's try it out. That I actually like to see that. I like seeing teams get thrown into the mix that are smaller conference schools to see how they do. Rather than a team who's in a big conference and uses that as a crutch. I don't hate this idea. Let's give it a shot this year. Because every year a Clay Travis bitches about like a Boise State or a team that goes 12-0 and doesn't make it into the playoffs. Let's try the opposite this time around. Let's see, who did Tulane lose to this year? Who were their 2 losses? I'm sure it was to big conference teams. Tulane this year Lost to number 6 Ole Miss, who's probably in the playoff. And they lost to University of Texas San Antonio. Ooh, that's rough. And they're going to play Ole Miss in the playoffs. They're getting a rematch. Fine with me. It's an interesting idea by college football, but it is not DEI. Knock it off. Stop letting these sports guys watch political stuff. Need Trump. Oh, excuse me. Need Trump with $20. Thank you, pal.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck.
There we go. Here's for the great show. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Need Trump. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. You know, guys, keep going and we can get this thing done today. Appreciate you and appreciate that 20 drop. Still empty in the old Venmo part. You can pop that cherry. Mr. Sisto with $1 says, Kitty Girl. Stop calling me Kitty Girl. It's making me wildly uncomfortable. Kitty Girl, remember when my skin was all ashy, so you put your SS uniform on and said you want to play Come Across the Jew Girl? No. You must be thinking about somebody else. You must be thinking about somebody else. It's not, has nothing to do with me. Checking out, James Madison is a pretty white college. Is it? Okay. So yeah, I don't understand what the DEI part of this is supposed to be, other than stupid, other than really dumb. All right. I'll check my Twitter. You know, Los Federales, I don't exactly see the dollar bills pouring in on today's show. You're being awfully demanding. Oh, here we go. Brett Cooper refuses to disavow Nick Fuentes. Well, that's good. She's being honest. Breaking news. And oh no, we got the Andy Dick story for later today. We're still in there with the Andy Dick story. Los Federales says you don't need. That's a one. You know what? I think it checks out. I think that was a one-person swastika. Thank you, Los Federales. I played it for you. Do you appreciate me now? Michael Wilbon shitting on Notre Dame. The sports shit didn't make any money. Don't worry about it. Oh, yeah, the Donald Trump $12 billion farmer bailout package. Did you hear about the bailout that the farmers are getting? I mean, they already get a decent amount of government money, but now they're getting some more to get bailed out because of Trump's shitty economic policies. 650 of you watching the show right now. I could use a couple of you throwing in some memberships and shit. Let's go. Let's hear our prayer. President Donald Trump announced a $12 billion farm aid package intended to help farmers whose businesses have been hit hard by rising costs during a White House roundtable on Monday. As noted by the AP, and more specifically, the funds are intended to help farmers who have suffered from trade wars with other nations, inflation, and other market disruptions. So wait a minute. The government is giving farmers $12 billion because of problems caused by the government. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2025, this is the best America can do. This is top of the. This is fantastic. I mean, this is just the irony is too rich. I'm choking on it, and so is Western civilization. So Trump has all of these tariffs. He gets no trade deals done because of these tariffs. He talks about how great the tariffs are and how much money we're raking in. Remember, we're going to make about, what, 300 billion, let's round up to $400 billion on tariffs this year. But we got to take 12 billion of it and give it to the farmers because we fucked them over with higher food prices. Oh, we also haven't fixed inflation, so we got to give them some money for that too. Trump made the announcement alongside Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and the Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett. The majority of the money, $11 billion, has been set aside to issue one-time payments for farmers of row crops such as rice, soybeans, wheat, and corn. According to a White House official who spoke with Politico ahead of Monday's announcement, most of these funds will come from the Agriculture Department's Farmer Bridge Assistant Program. The remaining funds will be reserved for fruit and vegetable farmers, as well as growers of other specialty crops like tree nuts and dried fruits. So, well, I'm glad to see the gay community is getting some help. That's nice. I get depressed so easily talking about this shit. We cause the problem, we bail out the problem, and then we keep committing the problem. This isn't going to be the last time. And now you've given farmers money once. You're giving them $12 billion now. They're going to be back at you with their hands out next harvest season. Because you've already shown that you've admitted fault. You've gone, yeah, we fucked up the economy. This is totally on us. Our bad. Have $12 billion on the house. On us. And now next year when it fucks up, they'll say, oh, you still haven't fixed inflation. And by the way, we don't even know where inflation's at right now because Trump is refusing to release the inflation numbers. He ran out of people to fire if they give him bad news. So they won't release all the inflation stuff. Los Federales with $1 says, keep the change, you filthy animal. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get to the Andy Dick thing. I don't care about this Supreme Court thing. I don't think the audience does either. I muted the wrong thing. There's the Andy Dick story. Why don't you guys drop a couple of bucks in? That would settle me. I need to be settled down a little bit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Do we have Super Chats again? Gifted memberships on YouTube. I'll say this. YouTube didn't do a lot to convince me that I should come back. I'll really be honest. Between Need Trump and there were a handful of new members, or not new members, people renewing their memberships. I don't know. Rumble, show them how it's done. Jfish with $2. Thank you, Jay Fish. He says, never forget that the inflation neither side is allowed to speak of is due to the quadrupling of the dollars in circulation in Q2 2020 from 4 to 16 trillion. I feel like everybody knows it. People were even saying it at the time. I remember when we were still on the radio then, and Corey Adam and I were like, why don't you just let businesses stay open, take the risk during COVID, and then not print this fucking money and pay people to stay at home? So our economic production is going to crash, but our dollars out are going to go way the fuck up. This is a terrible idea that's going to lead to massive inflation. Oh no, we'll be able to solve the inflation. We'll be able to take care of the inflation. Don't worry about that. How'd that work out for us? No, Jay Fish, you're absolutely right. Okay, what did Andy Dick do? God, this guy won't fucking die, will he? Suffered apparent drug overdose on Hollywood street. Won't move either. A lot of times when addicts want to get better, they'll find a new place to live. They'll get away from all of the stuff that caused the temptation in the first place. Not Andy Dick. He's hanging in there, man. He wants to stay in Hollywood. Shocking images captured comedian Andy Dick suffering an apparent drug overdose on the streets of Hollywood on Tuesday. This is the video that TMZ got. The last time we saw Andy, Andy was just sitting there. He had some kind of lanyard on, some kind of name tag on. He was sitting there with a drink. He's like, yeah, there's a thing going on down there with those guys. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I can't even remember what the band was. They were having some kind of celebration for something. Hey, did you know that thing is going on for that guy? And he was just a fucking mess. He looked like a bum. This is what TMZ got a hold of. This was Andy suffering from an apparent overdose in Los Angeles.
Is he okay? Andy, are you okay, buddy? Is he okay? Hey. Andy.
Is this like are these the RV streamers that he's still hanging out with? Is that who's filming him? Fuck those guys, too. If that's the case, and it is those IRL streamers that he's been hanging out with, and I don't know if that's them, but fuck them, too, because they just keep him all loaded. They encourage him to do this shit, and then they give him enough money to feed himself and, like, live on an RV. I don't know if he's still doing that or not, but if it's those guys, then fuck them. They don't give a shit. They just want to keep him alive so they can keep him just high enough to be on camera.
Buddy. Hey, Andy, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. What the dude?
I'm going to call the ambulance.
Call an ambulance right now.
Let me see his nose. Hey. Let me see his nose.
Did you see? Oh, my God. Did you see what I just saw? Oh, fuck this guy, too. Oh, this just makes me hate people. Did you see what he did? I'm going to play it back. Oh, this is so gross. I need to go. Hold on.
Is he okay? Hey. Andy. Andy, buddy.
He waited. He set the camera down. He had to set the camera down perfect. Oh, fuck these people. I don't know how many lives Andy Dick has, but he's got to be running out. And he's also one of those people that people have run out of sympathy for, because it's like, you've been a fuck up for this entire century. The entire 2000s, Andy Dick has been known as nothing but a fuck up. Because after News Radio ended, that was about the end of his career. He did a few like roasts and shit, embarrassed himself on those, did a bunch of B movies. Now he's streaming in RVs and shit. So, like, nobody has sympathy for Andy Dick, but these guys, oh, my God. Watch what this guy does.
Wake up. What the dude?
Watch this.
I'm going to call the ambulance.
Call an ambulance right now.
Let me see his nose. Hey. Let me see his...
Do you notice it the second time? The motherfucker looked back to the camera to see if he was in the frame, to see if he was in the shot, so they could capture Andy Dick's overdose on the camera. And again, I'm not going to say, Andy, get away from these people, blah, blah, blah. No, the guy's fucked, all right? He made his choice. Andy Dick is fucked. There's no, oh, they got to save Andy's life. There's no life left to save in Andy Dick anymore.
Give me a Narcan right here. Give me set up. You need to set up, please.
Yo, wake him up right now. Wake him up.
So they gave him a Narcan. Oh, and then the guy goes to turn off the camera because they got the shot of Andy ODing. There we go. Wow. A rep for the fire department said they responded to the location for an overdose. The rep said the man was not transported to a hospital. So they gave him the Narcan and he woke back up. They regained consciousness and refused medical attention, walking away to go about their business. It's no secret, Andy's been dealing with substance abuse for years and has had numerous run-ins with the law. He hasn't been dealing with it. He's been indulging in it. Andy Dick has not been fighting for his sobriety. You don't have to stop. You don't have to feel bad for every junkie. Sometimes they've made their choice and you just need to walk away and leave them go. Andy is not battling with drug abuse. Andy is not dealing with substance abuse issues. Andy has leaned the fuck in. He's a full-blown junkie, and until he wants to do something about it, I don't give a shit what happens to him. But these fucking people putting the camera down and then looking back to make sure if the camera's in the right place, oh, fuck these ghouls. Just disgusting. And Andy Dick survives another one. How? No fucking clue. But he's still kicking, my man. He's still kicking. We got $1 from Mr. Sister. Says, okay, kitty girl, I'll start calling you Puddin' Piler for when you had me force feed you chocolate pudding so we could have a weekend of messy ABDL play. All right, that's not fair because I don't know what the fuck, what is it? ADBL play is? I'm going to Google this and I really don't want to. ADBL play. All right, I'm going to read this. A type of garment fetish in which a person derives pleasure from themselves or partners wearing or using a diaper. I just want everyone to know I am not into that. I don't like that sort of thing. Not for me. Andy has only been sober for like 70 days max since 1998. Yeah. Sam Show says, you know, the best thing to do is put Narcan in a spray bottle and just spray junkies in the face with it. It yanks them out of their high and drives them fucking crazy. I don't know. Personally, I'd like to just leave them the fuck alone. Andy Dick is like the dog from It's Always Sunny. You mean the one that, what's his name sees? Cricket? The golden retriever that Cricket ends up making out with? Carlos Cameo says, and he got Phil Hartman killed by getting his wife back on coke. Correct. I love telling the John Lovett story where Andy Dick said, you shouldn't be here. And John Lovett says, I wouldn't be here if you didn't give Lynn coke. That'll do it. John Lovett's never liked Andy Dick, which shows me one thing. John Lovett's great judge of character. Optic Nerve says, here's a new Beg song. Well, we got about 13 minutes until we can do that. We're like at a number that's doable. I can't say what it is. Help out a little bit beforehand. Let's see if we can do some damage. He wants the songs we have to do for at least the rest of the week are the Rumble Friday theme song. And then the other one is Mashed Potato Time. Two guys paid at the same time to get the new Beg song, I guess. And they equal about 5 minutes. So it works. So I'll get those two all loaded up because it looks like we will need it to. It's not bad. It's not terrible today. It's tough. It'll end up being very difficult, but it's not undoable. It's not, impossible, shall we say. 63 memberships away from 600. Help us out. Chad Boozmock says, I know that was speculated for a while, but didn't hear. Yes. Yeah. Andy Dick was the one. Joe Rogan has said it. Lovitz has said it. A lot of different people said it. That Andy Dick gave Lynn Hartman coke. She would bitch to Andy Dick about how Phil was this piece of shit and he was this terrible guy. And Andy Dick would go, oh, yeah, total dick, blah, blah, blah. And basically, they did coke together. That happens a lot. I know addicts. I know a couple of addicts who one would bitch about somebody and the other one, because they were a weak-willed pussy, would go, oh, yeah, totally. And it would turn the other person those drugs, that coke, it makes you weak and it makes you an opportunistic piece of shit. McBuster says, Andy Dick is like a typical Dabbleverse fan. We don't need to. Andy Dick is low enough right now. We don't need to kick him and commit, defamation. Andy Dick doesn't need to be defamed like that, my friends. Chad Boozamok says, speaking of sobriety, did you ever have condition of no drinking or drugs? No. They only do that for your probation if you have a drug or alcohol related offense. That had nothing to do. That was never even on the table. I got to be a good boy, essentially. That's about it. Yeah, I don't have any restrictions. There's nothing I can't do. I can go do whatever the fuck I want as long as I obey the law. Silver Wolf, which technically, isn't that, aren't we all technically on that probation? And I know that's total cope, by the way, on my part. But, aren't we all technically on that same probation? Don't we all have to obey the law? $1 from Silver Wolf says, okay, what is Andy Dick from and what did he do? I only know him from a Space Ghost Coast to Coast episode. Mostly news radio, but he was also in the movie Road Trip. Chad Boozmock says, gotcha. I heard it being rumored of late, so was checking. Oh, no, Chad Boozmock, I'm sorry. That show you like, they lie a lot, and I know you're starting to learn that. That's another lie that they've decided to tell themselves to cope with the fact that I haven't gone anywhere. You'll figure it out. You'll know. I think you're kind of getting there, slowly but surely. If that fucking Zumach wasn't in the way, I think you would have figured that out by now. We have an update on the Royal Caribbean cruise passenger. You know how Oz and I yesterday were joking that this was like George Floyd? Like, oh, it's going to be the white George Floyd. And like, oh, if George Floyd got $27 million, what's this family going to get? So this family of this guy, oh, thank you, Red Fox Mad, for the $4.99. I stop for money, man. I stop for money, that's for sure. I do this show for money, unabashed, 110%. Make no mistake about it. I do this for money. Thank you, Red Fox Mad, for the $5. Keep that rolling. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and throw us memberships, PayPals, Venmos, and Rumble Rants. Aaron, do everything that you can do to get Corey and Adrian back on the show. I miss therapy Fridays with Adrian. I don't think that's going to happen, my friend. I don't think that's going to happen. Chevy fan says, Chad is so boring. Who would cover him? Buzmak, tell him. Tell him, Buzmak, who would cover him? Buzmak says, beers tonight for the evening show. Money flows when the beers flow. Hey, we hit the morning show goal today. I'll have a couple beers for the evening show tonight. I won't, why not? I like, if we can stay perfect through the Christmas season, I'm a happy guy. All right, you guys keep throwing money at us. I'm going to continue on here. So this Royal Caribbean cruise story. A guy was served 33 either shots or alcoholic beverages, whatever. His wife and kid were going to check on their room, and in that time, which apparently takes for fucking ever, he got shit-faced. He had 33 drinks, and then he went looking for his room. Now, that is a futile effort if I've ever heard one. So he goes stumbling around the hallways of the cruise ship, and he's banging on doors. Banging on doors, little pig, let me in. And eventually security is called because this guy has taken his shirt off. He's banging on doors. He's belligerent. I mean, 33 drinks. It's amazing he's still conscious. Security restrains him. They try to give him a sedative. The guy dies. His heart stops. He dies. So now the family is suing. And Oz and I were making the joke that, hey, if George Floyd's family can get $27 million, why can't this guy? Sounds like the white George Floyd. Well, I shit you not. The attorney for the dead man's family must be a huge Steel Toe fan because he had this to say about the whole thing.
It's one of the most tragic cases I've ever worked on. And they were in sort of a holding pattern. They board the vessel. They're on sort of a quasi orientation situation. They are in a pool area where there are bars, bar type structures around them. And they're just waiting. And as the child became a little bit impatient. So Connie took the child to go see if they could check on the room because their room was not ready yet. And it was during that time frame where we really don't know with absolute precision what happened. The next time Connie saw Michael, he was on a gurney outside the medical office with zip ties, and he looked like he had been bruised and battered. And they told her at that time, he was being rambunctious. He's riled up. We're going to give him some kind of sedative, which they would not identify, but it's all going to be okay. And they told her to go back to her cabin. And she did. And we don't know the exact time. It's an estimate based on memory, but within 30 minutes to an hour, she gets a phone call saying he's dead. She got a phone call with the news. And that's just not supposed to happen. You don't have to be
a guy also isn't supposed to drink 33 drinks in a couple of hours. And look, I know that, the laws and the rules now state that when you serve, you got to serve people responsibly. But also, you're a grown up, man. You know how much you should be drinking and how much you shouldn't. You got to take a little bit of personal responsibility.
Lawyer or an expert, you can just use your common sense to know something stinks. And
that's the booze.
And when we got the ME report from the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner, it just had echoes of George Floyd. I don't know.
There you go. Echoes of George Floyd. Old GF back in the motherfucking house trying to get a white man paid this time. We were kidding yesterday. And this is modern reality. You can't joke about shit anymore because within 48 hours, it's going to become true. We were like, George Floyd can get $27 million. How about this fucking drunk? And this guy's a drunk, had 33 drinks. George Floyd had fentanyl and all this shit in his system. They still gave him $27 million. for them trying to restrain him. He was being unruly. He was being a serious problem. So was this guy. They both die. Got to pay them both.
How else to say it? You have 5 people putting their entire body weight on Michael and mechanically asphyxiating him for 3 minutes is what the medical examiner estimated, after which he was immobile for 2 minutes. He was able, his body...
Hey, didn't spill his beer and didn't puke up any of his liquor, though. It's the small wins. It's the small ones.
He was able to somehow come back, but ultimately that mechanical asphyxiation was the first domino that fell that caused his death. And there were lots.
Well, I think the 33 drinks might be the first 33 dominoes that spelled his death. The asphyxiation was, sure, it was part of it, but we're skipping over the booze here. And I understand this is the guy's attorney. He can't be like, oh, yeah, he's a fucking drunk and he's insane.
Of other things that happened, they overserved him. They injected him with Caldol and succinylcholine.
That part's fucked up.
2 very powerful drugs, one of which, succinylcholine, is a muscle relaxant that is used for people going into general anesthesia.
Yeah, I get that part. Okay, you can't just be injecting strangers with shit. That's not a good move. But like the over-serving, again, it's just like there's got to be a little bit of personal responsibility. Just a little bit. I mean, there's enough things that that Royal Caribbean fucked up that they can be held accountable for. I don't really know if the over-serving part should be considered part of it. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, last time I checked in 10 hours ago, whoa, I missed something. Carmick's been going strong for 12 hours. He's grabbed the Minnesota podcaster crown. Oh, no. Did I lose it? Son of a bitch. I didn't even know I had the damn thing. You could have let me know that I had the Minnesota podcaster crown before I went into beg mode. Son of a bitch. Carlos Cameo says, was he on a cruise or was he or was he a horse getting euthanized? Going after him. I mean, they really, but what are you supposed to do? Let the crazy drunk guy run amok on your cruise ship? This is going to fuck with everybody. Like everybody who wants to have a couple, they're going to limit the number of drinks you can buy at a time. They're going to be cutting people off sooner. This is going to ripple. All right, guys, I'm going to play the music. The number is, ready for the number? 140. I need your guys' help, and I need it bad. This is definitely a beg kind of a day. Get us close, man. Get us close so that somebody can work a miracle and knock out today's goal. We got 2 songs to play because of Fauci's pangolin and the other guy. I'm sorry, I forget. Hey, I can't have any shame today. We're short 140. I need your money to knock out that goal. We can finally say goal. Let's play these 2 songs and see if it can happen. Where's my light? Just give me the light and give me dough. Fucker, come on. Work, you cunt. There we go. Son of a bitch. That's a bad omen. All right, guys, we need money. We need your money. Let's do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Oh, God, help us so I can feel like I did a real show today. I like 20s at a time. I would like a Red Boy. I would like 100 drop. I would like 20 gifted memberships dropped. If we're going to knock out 140, it's either all of you got to get on $5 at a time right fucking now, or we're going to need some heroes today. We're going to need a whale to sink our ship today. So go ahead. Don't bother chatting unless there's a few dollars behind it so we can get ourselves a win today. This is the Jewish money-making part of the show. We don't worry about fucking free chats or anything like that at this point. It's got to be money, unabashedly money. Look, if you're within $50 by the final 5 minutes, we're laid back about it. But 140, dude, I just hired another guy. We can't have misses. All right. Nothing. We have nothing so far. All right. Click one of those links. Throw us $100. See if we can get a win. Let's see the phone. Anything on the phone? Nothing on the phone. I know I have a good sense of humor about this, but this ain't funny. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You know, the one thing about not doing the goal during the show anymore is that I do trick myself for 4.5 hours that I have a show. I think that's the cruelest thing I do to myself. Oh, boy. We're spamming the chat. $140 is our miss today. I'll be back when somebody throws something out there. You got to admit, this 4.5 hours went pretty fucking quick. Plankton says it's hilarious seeing you perform. Thanks, Plankton. No, Plankton, I got to tell you, I appreciate it so much. It's just my life. It's fine. The goal is just life. When I say the goal is life, it's fine. I'm glad you have a sense of humor about it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I must have really shit the bed today. Holy fuck. All right. Let's play the second one. See if we can make any money. By the way, to try and get more. If this isn't a clear as fuck signal from your audience that, Aaron, we don't really need you today, that's fine. We'll go with our massive fucking loss and see what we can do with it. It's not good. Missing by 125. But hey, look, if you feel like throwing us some money later today, you're listening later, go for it. That would be great. $10 from Redbird again. Thank you, Redbird and Coltrane. I really appreciate it. $10. He says, you had this meltdown this time last year. Those that have to work for a real job are penny pinching with Christmas spending, plus Christmas and New Year's making for the most of us getting 3 short checks. I get it. No, I understand that part 100%. I'm blaming myself for this one. I blame myself for every loss. Oh, shit. Well, thank you, guys. I'm probably going to beg on Facebook for that. I'll go to the Toe Boys page and I'll ask them, hey, throw in a couple of bucks today because we missed like a motherfucker. 120 is the number. 120. If you missed by 120, we did get halfway there. All right. Well, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, whatever, if you feel like it later, feel like helping us hit. We didn't get it done today, guys. Thank you very much.